All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Today is Wednesday, October 4th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of October 2023. Before we get started, I would like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones so we don't have any disruptions during the meeting. And may I ask that you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with Nevada's open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right. Today we'll be covering all items noted on our October agenda. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to Nevada's open meeting law, matters brought to the attention of the board during this public comment section cannot be acted upon. But of course, we are happy to hear comments from the public as well as from members of the board during this public comment section of our agenda. Let's first go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment this morning? Seeing none, let's go here to Las Vegas. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Diamante Asbury, Diamante Asberry, here on behalf of the Culinary Union. I am here today to talk to you about what the Culinary Union believes is a violation of a federal injunction at Red Rock Casino. In July 2021, the U.S. District Court in Nevada ordered a rare and extraordinary injunction against Station Casino's Red Rock Casino. We will turn in a copy of that 34-page injunction for your records along with our comments today. The injunction prohibits Red Rock Casino from granting employees benefits to discourage them from supporting the union or threatening employees with loss of benefits, including lower wages or withholding of benefits that they otherwise would have received, unspecified reprisals, or other negative consequences if they select the union. In December 2022, Station Casinos informed the Culinary Union of its new enhanced benefits program, and we agreed that Station Casinos could and should give these enhanced benefits to all workers that we represent. But in January of this year, Station Casinos rolled out those new benefits to non-union workers and didn't provide them to unionized workers at Red Rock and other properties. It announced that workers represented by the union are not eligible because of the company's legal obligation to bargain over the benefits. But we already told Station Casinos that it could give these benefits to represented workers without objection from us. It could have done so months ago, yet they continue still to deny unionized workers these enhanced benefits. Meanwhile, Station Casinos congratulated its slot technicians at Sunset Station after the company withdrew recognition from their union in May. And when it did so, it announced that the slot technicians now get the enhanced benefits because Stations no longer has to bargain with their union. It is clear to us that Station Casinos is using these benefits to undermine employees' support for a union once again. The injunction currently in place at Red Rock Casino extends not only to Red Rock, but to entities and corporate officials who are in privity to or responsible for its actions. If we're right that Station Casinos is using benefits to discriminate against unionization, then the federal court could find Red Rock Casino and those responsible for its actions in contempt if the National Labor Relations Board, the NLRB, were to bring such a petition. And we will keep you updated on all developments on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? Good morning.
Morning. Mi nombre es Marta Jara. He trabajado para Santa Fe Station durante 14 años en el departamento de mantenimiento.
Hold the microphone down a little bit. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Marta Jara. He trabajado para Santa Fe Station durante 14 años en el departamento de mantenimiento interno como casino pora. Hemos estado luchando durante más de 13 años para tener un sindicato en Stations Casinos. Necesitamos un sindicato porque necesitamos ser respetados por la compañía. Queremos un seguro fijo que no se modifique a conveniencia de la compañía. Queremos el derecho a un aumento de salario justo cada año. Queremos un contrato que nos proteja y que la compañía cumpla con nosotros. Gracias.
Thank you.
In English, that is, my name is Martha Hara. I've worked for Santa Fe Station for 14 years in the internal maintenance department as a casino porter. We've been fighting for over 13 years in order to have a union at station casinos. We need a union because we need to be respected by the company. We want set insurance that's not changed at the company's convenience. We want the right for fair wage increases every year, and we want a contract that protects us and for the company to comply with us. Thank you.
Thank you. And it was okay if you stood with her. I was just trying to
Yeah.
ask you to pull the microphone down.
I wasn't
No, absolutely fine. Thank you. Good morning.
Buenos días, damas y caballeros. Mi nombre es Benjamín Navarro. Tengo 25 años trabajando para Sunset Station. Soy kitchen worker y estoy aquí para pedir, por favor, pidan a la compañía que firme un contrato de unión porque necesitamos todos nuestros compañeros y yo. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Benjamin Navarro. I've worked at Sunset Station for 25 years. I am a kitchen worker. I'm here to ask you to please ask the company to sign a contract with the union. My coworkers and I need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment this morning? Good morning.
Respected board members, Dr. Watkin, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad. My name is Dick Tomaso, Tomasso, Madam Secretary also. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for Mesquite Gaming. On your agenda today for possible action is the Casablanca Resort and Casino versus Ron Wilson. I'd like to begin by thanking you for the privilege you afforded Mesquite Gaming to have its arguments heard by the review board regarding Mr. Wilson. I also want to thank you for the privilege you're giving the industry to have representatives come forward at a workshop in October later this month to also have an open discussion with you, with this board. It's more than we ever expected. Thank you. Although the issue before you today is specific to Mesquite Gaming, your action will have a profound effect on all your licensees in the state of Nevada. Mr. Wilson was continually violating the trespass statute, 7 times to be exact. He found it more profitable to pay a small fine and then return to the casino to gamble, knowing that the gaming enforcement policy will allow him to keep his winnings as they did the 3 previous times he was caught violating a trespass statute. But before you decide on a course of action, please understand this, board members. Mesquite Gaming has never disputed Nevada Gaming Enforcement's authority and legal right to require casinos to pay out winnings to banned individuals. We've never disputed that. What we contend is that the gaming enforcement also has the authority and legal right to deny banned individuals from collecting their winnings based simply on the fact that this banned individual, he broke the law when he entered the casino, he was still breaking the law while he was gambling, so he had to commit a crime in order to place a wager. When gaming enforcement directed Mesquite Gaming to pay Mr. Wilson his winnings, they never cited any law or regulation as the basis for their decision because none exist. Mesquite Gaming also believes that in the absence of any written legislation, state law, case law, gaming regulations, or written policy that address this issue, gaming enforcement's legal right and authority to pay or not pay winnings to banned individuals is inherently derived from this control board and the Nevada Gaming Commission itself, not the courts or the legislature. This issue should not be subject to judicial review by the courts, since there is no law or gaming regulation for the courts to interpret or even rule on. It is simply an unwritten policy that has never been addressed until now, a policy that can easily be changed upon your recommendation. The Gaming Control Act of 1959 empowers the Gaming Commission itself to act in a judicial capacity based on this board's recommendations. By exercising your legal authority to deny winnings to individuals who are committing a crime while gambling in a casino from which they have previously been banned, would 1, cause these repeat offenders to lose all incentive to continually violate the Nevada trespass statute by returning to the casinos to gamble, causing the same problems that got them banned in the first place. Crimes involving theft, robbery, assault, cheating, prostitution, just to name a few. Number two, it would have a significant impact on our court system by greatly reducing the high caseloads, which overwhelmingly consist of repeat offenders who continually violate the trespass statute. It would allow our local police to spend the greatest majority of their time concentrating on the health, safety, and welfare of all Nevadans, instead of running back and forth to the various casinos to arrest and cite hundreds of trespassers that continually break the trespass law and brazenly return to gamble without any fear of penalty or repercussions by gaming enforcement, whose current policy is to reward these criminals for their bad behavior. Mesquite Gaming is asking that common sense prevails on this issue, and this control board consider the impact your decision will have on the hundreds of licensees, the safety of the millions of guests who frequent the casinos, the police, and the courts. Counselors, the gaming industry needs help to minimize the problem it faces with repeat offenders, and that help can only come from this board and commission. The Gaming Control Act of 1959 has bestowed upon this board and commission the duty to protect the integrity of the gaming industry. And this issue most certainly challenges that integrity. Thank you very much, board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment this morning? All right. Yes, Judge, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'd just like to give a shout out and recognize the outstanding preparation we get each and every month from Chief Hoffman, Deputy Chief Luke Rippey, and Deputy Chief Nathan Allen. Also, the assistance we get from Darlene Caruso, the Chief AG, and Senior DAG John Michaela, who's here on video. So I want to express my appreciation and thanks for each and every one of you for the outstanding assistance that you provide us every month, as well as your staff. I see a couple of them in the back room there. Thank you, folks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge. Well said. All right, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of prior month's dispositions.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for September 2023.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We've all had the opportunity to read last month's dispositions. If there are any questions or comments, board members, please make them now. Otherwise, this would be ready for a motion.
I'll go ahead and make that motion. I move for approval of the control board dispositions for September 2023.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Hendricks?
Aye, that motion passes. Bringing us now to our non-restricted agenda, Madam Secretary. Our first item of business will be the consideration of matters on the non-restricted consent agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Please go ahead.
Our item on the non-restricted consent agenda is non-restricted number 5, which is the application of Daniel Grossbeck for licensure as a key employee at Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at Lovelock Junction Casino.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Our consent agenda involves those matters that the board has a complete workup from investigation agents, and those agenda items that are placed on the consent agenda have been submitted to the board members with no areas of interest or no areas of concern during the investigation. Because I'm not aware of any questions or issues arising for the matters involved in the consent agenda, appearances by respective applicants have been waived. I believe this matter involves Mr. Grossbeck, who was in front of the board only a couple of months ago with a full-blown investigation, so therefore it was put on the consent agenda. Is there any discussion on this item from board members?
None for me, Chair.
None by me. Thank you.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
As part of the consent agenda, correct?
That's correct. As part of the consent agenda.
Very good. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye, that motion passes. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of APIX Pioneer Vote Co. LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Daniel Cohen for finding of suitability as a managing member and the applications of Daniel Cohen, Julia Brown, Monica Diglio-Lee, Ike Epstein, and Yasmin Khalil for finding of suitability as a manager.
Good morning, Ms. Vermees.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermees, shareholder with the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, here on behalf of these individual applicants. They are all here this morning for their applications for suitability in connection with their roles as members of the Board of Managers of Pioneer Topco GC LLC. I'm looking and it looks like 2 of our applicants are appearing by video. So first, let me thank you for allowing them to appear remotely today. If it pleases the chair, we'll just have each of the applicants come up one at a time and give a little overview about themselves and allow you to ask some questions.
That would be great. And before we start, I want to make a disclosure for the record regarding this non-restricted item number 1. I'd like to make a disclosure that is not required by Nevada's ethics laws, but is something I want to do in keeping with my belief of full transparency. Mr. Ike Lawrence Epstein and I worked together as executives at the Ultimate Fighting Championship, a company that I left more than 6.5 years ago. We were also minority passive investors in some of the same investments in the past. For the record, I do not believe this disclosure is required by law because it has nothing to do with a gift, loan, pecuniary interest to me, any commitment by me in a private capacity and to the interest of another person, nor involves any representation or counseling within the past year. Consequently, I do not believe the independent judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by the prior dealings, and further, my own personal judgment is not affected. Therefore, I'll be fully participating and voting on this matter as well as any future matters related to Mr. Epstein, unless, of course, those other separate matters have ethical considerations to be considered at the time and require disclosure and or possible extension at that appropriate time. Finally, it's not my intention to continue making this statement on future matters because, as previously stated, the matters were in the past and therefore have nothing to do with being contemplated or covered by Nevada's ethics laws which I fully support and respect. Thank you. With that, Ms. Vermees, we have an order in our packet which is not the exact order that you have on the agenda. So I think I will call out the items we have so that the board members can follow along with our materials, if that'll be all right.
That is fine. And I did also want to mention, because I apologize, I didn't initially, that my senior associate, Erin Elliott, is also here with me this morning. She represented the applicants, Ms. Brown and Ms. Digilio-Lee, who's on camera. And with that, please.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Vermees. The first one on our agenda is Mr. Daniel Evan Cohen. Mr. Cohen, please step forward. Introduce yourself and state your name for the record.
Sure. Good morning, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Name is Daniel Cohen. I'm a partner in private equity at Apollo, focused on the gaming and lodging and leisure industries. I, along with members of the board, sit on the board of directors of the Venetian Resort Las Vegas, which obviously operates under Pioneer Topco, which is what we're seeking approval for, as well as for a managing membership of AP9 VOCO, which is the VOCO on top of the property as well. Before I was at Apollo, I went to the University of Pennsylvania, undergraduate, worked in MOLIS for 2 years, and I've been at Apollo for 11.5 years.
Thank you. Please tell us a little bit about this transfer, why the transfer from Mr. Samber to you is being requested by the commission.
Sure. Do you want to take this or you want me to do
I'll
it?
start it.
Yes, please.
If you recall, when Venetian and this group was approved back in February of 2022, I believe it was, a condition was placed on the license that an additional manager be added to the AP9 Pioneer Vote Co. LLC. Mr. Cohen has filed in that capacity. Upon commission approval, Mr. Samber will transfer 49% of his interest in that entity to Mr. Cohen.
Thank you for putting that on the record, Ms. Vermees.
Yeah, maybe for the record. So David Samber and I manage at the VOCO level, are both involved in the investment, manage the the day-to-day from the VOCO perspective. And so obviously that's part of the reason for the transfer as well. I'm very involved in the property as well.
You were in the process of going through regulatory licensing matters in a multiple of jurisdictions. How would you compare Nevada's process to the other dozen or so you got going on at the exact same time.
Yeah, so I'm not aware of any currently, but previously I was licensed by many jurisdictions around the U.S. and the world for Apollo's investment in Fund 8 in Play AGS Inc., which is a slot machine manufacturer. So previously licensed in the state of Nevada as well. Investigator Joanne Chamberlain was great in this process. We had no issues. We thought it was very streamlined. I mean, so Nick can speak for that as well. But we've noticed the things that you've all been doing to streamline the process, and we really appreciate that.
Great. Yeah, and of course, we appreciate you cooperating with all of our investigators. There is an enormous amount of paperwork and background investigation that goes into these type of approvals. And so the more prompt that the applicants are, the easier it is for us to get responses back and to get you on an agenda as soon as possible. Yep. So thank you for that.
Of course.
I didn't have any questions about your application, your background, your education, your time in the gaming industry has all been stellar. So thank you for that. Are there questions from board members for Mr. Cohen?
Good morning.
Morning, Member Watkins.
Can you talk about your day-to-day duties and responsibilities as a member of the Board of Managers?
Yes, of course. So, at Apollo, and I think we've probably previously spoken about this. So at Apollo, we make large investments a lot in the gaming industry, and we're ultimately fiduciaries for our investors, making investments on behalf of them. We are not day-to-day managers of casinos. We hire the right CEOs, the CFOs, and the executive team to manage the day-to-day responsibilities. Mr. Samber and I are involved in the strategic thinking about the direction that we want to take the property, and ultimately when we would potentially like to monetize it, to return capital to our investors who ultimately require that. Some examples of that may be, obviously the CEO has announced this publicly, but we're spending over $1 billion investing in the property and the resort over the next 3 or 4 years. David and I, or Mr. Samber and I, are very involved in making sure that meets the objectives of where we're trying to take the property, but ultimately defer to Patrick Nichols, the CEO, and the management team to run that day to day. I'm in Nevada probably 2 to 3 times a month, and meeting with them and guiding them, but I'm by no means making day to day decisions at the property.
Understood. And what percentage of your time is devoted to Venetian responsibilities?
So I probably spend about 30 or so % of my time managing the investment.
Okay, and you serve on committees, is that correct?
Yes, I do. So if it's okay, I'll reference my phone because I just want to make sure I said all of them, but I currently sit on the executive, the audit, and the compensation committees.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, questions?
No questions per se, but just a couple of comments. This will be your first license suitability finding here in Nevada, is that correct?
I believe it should be my second.
Yeah.
I've previously been licensed as a member of the managing membership of Play GS Inc., which is a slot machine company, public company in Nevada.
Oh, okay, very good. And just a stellar background, the University of Pennsylvania, great Ivy League school. Love the Venetian, very familiar with the property. You've got some big shoes to fill. Mr. Adelson did an outstanding job of making that a premier property in the Nevada market and worldwide for that matter. So I want to wish you all the luck in the world, and happy to support your application.
Thank you very much. We're excited for you guys to see it in the next few years. It's going to be a lot of change.
Thank you. While we've got you here, are you the right person to tell us how the Sphere is doing?
So, obviously the Venetian does not own the Sphere, but I can tell you that this weekend was a very big success. We were very happy with obviously the traffic that was there and how the casino and ultimately the resort performed this weekend. So, we're very excited for, what the next couple of years will bring. Obviously, U2 is a good opener, and there's a lot of stuff in the works, so we're excited.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
All right. If there's no other questions for Mr. Cohen, the next one in our order of agenda is Ms. Khalil.
Ms. Khalil is hailing here from Canada.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members, Madam Secretary.
You want to go ahead and tell us a little bit about your background and how you came to be involved with Apollo and this particular property?
So I spent nearly the last 25 years of my career at Cirque du Soleil. Recently, during the pandemic, I left Cirque, was semi-retired, and was asked to join Apollo Great Canadian Gaming Company. So just spent the last year and a half at Great Canadian. The process, I was interested by the question you asked Danny about getting the gaming license. I just went through that for Canada and now joined this board about a year ago. So that's how I got here.
And how did you find the Nevada gaming application and licensing process so far?
Well, in Canada, the gaming license process is basically every province you require a license. So I thought this would be a piece of cake, and actually I was mistaken. But actually, I've gotten to know myself through this process, so it's been very interesting.
Yeah, very true. After you go through this licensing process, you have everything in one spot. So if you ever need it, it's all in
I
one
know
place.
everything about my husband too.
That's right. You learn a lot.
Yeah.
Good. Are there questions from board members for Ms. Khalil?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
So you started out as a dealer, is that correct?
Yes, in another life. When I was very young, I was a croupier on cruise ships. It was actually something I really enjoyed, got to travel and to work in casinos. I actually evolved in casinos when Canada opened their first casinos in Quebec, actually. I was asked to join the company and train croupiers, and I trained over 2,000 croupiers in another life. And so that was before I finished university. And then when I finished, shortly after, I traveled, working in casinos, went to Egypt, worked in casinos. And then when I came back to Canada, I joined Cirque du Soleil.
Very interesting background. I think that's very commendable, having started out as a dealer. What % of your time is spent on Venetian responsibilities?
Currently, we attend 4 annual quarterly meetings. There hasn't been any major issues that have required our involvement other than those 4 quarterly meetings.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thank you, Ms. Khalil, for being here. Appreciate your resume. It's very impressive, and I'm very happy to support your application.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to next one on our list is Ms. DeGilio Lee.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr.
How are
Chairman,
you?
Member Watkins, Member Assad, and Madam Secretary. I wanted to start by thanking you for the approval to appear via Zoom today. And I also wanted to acknowledge and thank Agent Brian Keeney for his thorough investigation, thoughtful questions, and his professionalism throughout the process. Would you like me to share a bit of my background?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, great. My professional career has been spent primarily in the hospitality industry, hospitality and gaming. My hospitality career began with ITT Sheridan, where I spent 10 years and held multiple human resources leadership positions. During my tenure there, I was also involved in the company's acquisition of Caesars World in 1995 and the integration work related to the company's acquisition by Starwood in 1998. I joined Sun International Hotels in 1999, which later changed the company name to Kersner International, and I served as their Chief Human Resources Officer until 2012. The company is most known for its Atlantis and One and Only brands. And during my tenure, I'm most proud of the positive economic and social impact made in the communities where we did business around the world, and our focus on our guests and our 20,000 plus team members. In 2012, I joined Montage Hotels and Resorts as Chief Human Resources Officer. During my tenure, we launched the Pendry brand, tripled the size of the company, and we grew our community impact platform, Hearts of Montage and Hearts of Pendry, which supported local causes focused on children's education, senior citizen care, food insecurity, and environmental protection and education. In 2018, I was excited to join Caesars Entertainment as their Executive Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer. And I led the human resources and corporate social responsibility functions for the company. I also served as the chairperson of Caesars Foundation, which was established to fund nonprofit projects in local communities where Caesars operated. And I also proudly led the establishment of Caesars Cares, an assistance fund to support team members who suffered unanticipated hardships due to events such as hurricanes and other natural disasters, and including during the closure of Caesars properties due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2021, I started my own company. I also currently serve on the boards of Sunstone Hotel Investors, Copper Point Insurance Companies, the Venetian Resort in Las Vegas, and Cornell University's Pillsbury Institute for Entrepreneurship at the School of Hotel Administration. I'm an active member of the communities where I live. I was a proud team member of the Laguna Food Pantry in Laguna Beach, California. I currently am actively involved in supporting the Boys and Girls Club and the Gateway Community Theater and Education programs in Bellport, New York. I'm proud to serve on the board of the Venetian. I'm extremely proud to work with our extraordinarily talented team members who every day create great experiences for our guests and who have a positive impact on the community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Very impressive. What is the current job you have now? You said you started your own business. Tell us about that.
I did. I started my own business. It is a Compass Advisors, and it's focused on providing HR and people strategy consultancy to organizations that need my help. I do a lot of work with companies that are newly acquired. I help them with integration planning, cultural alignment, recruitment, all things people.
And I see you started that in Laguna, but now you're in New York. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. Born and raised in New York and recently moved back.
Great. And tell me, it looks like your licenses with the Cherokee Tribal Gaming Commission and the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario are still active. Is that correct? You didn't terminate them, and they probably have a specific term to them, so they're just continuing on?
I believe it's correct that they're still active.
Okay, but you're not doing anything with either of those now?
No, those were part of my role at Caesars.
Great, thank you. Questions from board members?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, I didn't introduce myself.
Please.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary. As Sonia Vermees had mentioned, my name is Erin Elliott with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, and I assisted Ms. DeGilio Lee with her application. So I'm appearing with her today.
Great, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. So very impressive background. It's so good to see you involved with so many different things in the community. It sounds like you're involved with a little bit of everything, just a variety of community work, and that is just outstanding. So I just wanted to say that. What amount of your time is committed to Venetian responsibilities?
Similar to what Yasmin mentioned, in addition to participating in quarterly meetings, I spend time, obviously, being updated by the team, reading about what the team is doing, and from time to time available if any member of the team or any member of Apollo have any questions for me based on my input or my expertise.
And you're also involved in one committee, is that correct? Or
yes,
is it more than one?
I'm a member of the compensation committee.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Yes, good morning, Mr. DeGilio.
Good morning.
Just wondering if you have any particular vision for where you would like to take the Venetian and the Palazzo.
I'm thrilled to be a part of this board and to be a part of this project. I've watched it for years. I've always been impressed with what Las Vegas Sands and what the Adelsons did and the extraordinarily talented team that was there, and was delighted to be asked by Apollo to join this board. It's strength building on strength. And so, just there's a lot of talent aside from the fact that it's an amazing physical asset, the talent is remarkable. So I'm very excited to see, I know what they're capable of, and I'm excited to see what the next sort of stage and evolution for the Venetian Palazzo is.
Great. I see you have a Master of Science degree in Organizational Communications from Ithaca College in New York.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And also before that, you picked up a Bachelor of Science degree in Cinema and Photography from the same school.
Yes, I did.
Excellent. And along with your very extensive work history, your resume is very impressive. You have excellent educational credentials as well. And I'm very proud to support your application.
Thank you very much.
And I'll ask you the same question I asked the others. Since this is your first time going through the Nevada licensing process, how did you feel about the overall process compared to the other places where you've been licensed?
It was thorough. It's for so many years I've coached people who had to go through the process and told them, don't worry about it. It's a piece of cake. I would have to say that maybe not a piece of cake, but super thorough. And, thank you, because now everything involving me is in one place, and I'm going to keep it that way.
Exactly. Very good. Thank you. I didn't have any other questions for you, so I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That brings us to, I believe the next one in our order is Ms. Brown. Morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Please tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came to be involved in the Board of Managers with Apollo.
Sure. So thank you very much for your consideration this morning. I'd also like to thank Agent Missy Lindeen for her incredible work through this process. My background is I've spent 30 years in sourcing and supply chain operation roles for several global multinationals. I started my career with Procter & Gamble, then I worked for Diageo, Gillette, and Clorox, and then I became a member of the C-suite for Kraft Foods, which eventually split off into Mondelez. And in my last operational role, I was the Chief Procurement Officer for Carnival Corporation. I'm currently a consultant and advisor to companies, and I sit on multiple boards. So I was quite pleased when I was approached by Apollo to join the Venetian board. I serve on the Shutterfly board with Apollo, on a Blackstone board of a company called Core Trust, and I sit on 4 public boards, 2 that are based here in the US, Molson Coors Beverage, Solo Brands in Dallas, and then 2 that are in Europe, Ocado, which is an online grocery retailer in the UK, and I will start a term with Perigo, which is headquartered in Dublin, Ireland. I also serve on 2 nonprofit boards. I live in Miami, and I serve on the Art Museum board there, Perez Art Museum. And then in the UK, I'm a trustee in an organization called SIPS, which is chartered by the King of England, and it is a professional association to continue to educate and promote purchasing and supply chain. And that is essentially my background.
Very impressive. And you also have your own company you're running. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I basically created an LLC as a way to continue to advise companies in supply chain and operations. So I use the LLC as a way to approach other organizations that may be looking for ways to optimize their purchasing practices, their supply chain practices.
Very interesting. Thank you. Extremely impressive background. I didn't have any questions regarding your application other than the one that I've asked the others. How did you feel about the investigative process?
It was quite robust. And
That's a good one.
And like everyone else, I'm actually grateful now to be at the end of it because I have all of my information in one place and it's easy to access. It makes life a lot easier.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have gotten there otherwise.
Right. Good. Questions from board members?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Very impressive background, just a variety of experience in different industries, and your community involvement and nonprofit service is also very much commendable. And I just wanted to say that I don't have any questions or concerns. If you could just tell us about your role on the board, that would be great.
Yeah, so as a board member, I consider myself an advisor to the management team and also in partnership with Apollo. So as they prepare the quarterly meetings and the agenda for that, it's really in an advisory role, giving my perspective based on my experience, mostly on operational issues, because that is my experience. And that's my primary role with the board.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Congratulations. I too am happy to support your application. You have a very impressive background with a vast worldly knowledge and experience to be a valuable asset to the board. I think they made an excellent choice in asking you to join the Board of Managers. And I'm sure the shareholders will be thrilled to have you on the board, given your expertise and your initiatives to, I'm sure, improve shareholder value. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Is it my understanding you're on the compensation committee? Are you the chair of the compensation committee?
No, I'm not the chair,
Okay.
just a member of the committee.
Good, thank you. Are there other committees you're on for the Board of Managers?
Not for the Venetian, no.
Just compensation, very good, thank you. I didn't have any other questions, and I as well am very happy to support your application this morning.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bringing us last to Mr. Epstein. Please introduce yourself for the record, Mr. Epstein, and tell us a little bit about how you got involved with the Apollo Board of Managers.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick and members of the board, Madam Secretary and staff. I also, from the outset, I want to thank you for accommodating my request to appear via Zoom. I appreciate it very much. Just for the record, my name is Ike Lawrence Epstein. I am currently the Senior Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at the Ultimate Fighting Championship, where I have worked since August of 2007. Prior to working at the UFC for approximately 15 years, I worked in a litigation practice at a law firm called Beckley Singleton, which merged with Lewis and Roca in early 2007. I am also the president of IKE Gaming, which is the owner of the El Cortez Hotel and Casino, which I am an owner with my father, my sisters, and a couple of other partners. As I serve as the president of that corporation. I'm a graduate of Vanderbilt University Law School and Vanderbilt University. My undergraduate degree is also from Vanderbilt University, and I sit on the board of trustees of Vanderbilt University. And one of the other community organizations I just wanted to mention, I'm the currently vice chairman of the Las Vegas Stadium Authority, which is the entity which owns the Allegiant Stadium where the Raiders play.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. I won't have to ask you about going through the Nevada licensing process because you've obviously been through it many, many times. It's clear that you and your family have a long history in Nevada's gaming industry. You've been licensed multiple times, found suitable many times by the Nevada Gaming Commission. Most recently, I believe, was December of 21. So thank you for that, and thank you for appearing today. I didn't have any other questions about your application because you have been through the process so many times and are a valued member of our gaming community. Member Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Epstein?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
You have a very impressive background, and we're very, very familiar with you as a valued member of the Nevada community. If you could just tell us about your role on the board, that's all I have.
Yeah, like the other board members, I appear at 4 board meetings per year. Typically, we have 3 here in Las Vegas and 1 we do in New York City. In addition to that, as needed, I've certainly spoken with members of the executive team regarding a variety of issues if they ever had thoughts, ideas, primarily relating to sort of sports and entertainment because of my affiliation with the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Just wondering, Why Vanderbilt? You're born and raised here in Las Vegas. Why'd you go all the way to Tennessee?
It's a great story. I'm going to give you the really short version of it. My dad, in the casino business, Kenny Epstein, was a partner with Michael Gaughan, Tito Taberti, and others at Barbary Coast. They had a small partner in the Barbary Coast named Dick Crane, who you might know. Dick Crane was the head of the organized crime strike force, and they brought him in as a partner in the late 1970s. Dick Crane went to Vanderbilt undergrad, went to Vanderbilt Law School, and he just pounded it in my head that I had to be a Vandy guy. So, it's sort of a random story, but that's really how I got there.
Well, they're lucky to have you. I see all the great charitable work you do for Vanderbilt and all the boards you're on and all the money you donate to them and scholarships and so forth that you're involved with Vanderbilt students to be. You've got some big shoes to fill if you're trying to follow into Kenny's footsteps. So I'm sure he's very proud of you. You've got an excellent pedigree and an excellent resume. I'm very happy to support your application, and I want to wish you and the Venetian and the Palazzo all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. All right, Ms. Vermees, that goes through the individuals. Is there anything else you need to enlighten us on the application for the transfer of interest? I know we've already discussed it a little bit, and we've also looked at the schematic for the organizational chart. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I will add that I don't believe Agent Simpson, Serenity Simpson's name was called out, and we appreciate her work as well under the supervision of Chris Moyle. Agent Joanne Chamberlain, I understand, is retiring. I'm very disappointed, but I wish her well. I think that you've seen that the Venetian is in good hands with this board of managers. And with that, we just thank you for your time this morning.
And I'm glad you brought up Agent Chamberlain. You're correct. She's retiring this week, and I believe this was her last application. So thank you for bringing her up. We congratulate her and thank her for all of her service to the state. Are there any other questions or comments from board members regarding non-restricted number 1?
Nothing further from me, Chair.
And none by me. Thank you.
All right, then this item is ready for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, bringing us now to non-restricted item number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of GAN Limited for registration as a publicly traded corporation, for licensure as a sole shareholder of GAN UK Limited, and to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Seamus McGill, Jan Roos, and David Goldberg for licensure and or finding of suitability as an officer and or director as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of GAN UK Limited for registration as an intermediary company, for licensure as a manufacturer, and for licensure as sole shareholder of GAN Nevada Inc. It is also the applications of GAN Nevada Inc. for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, and for licensure as an information service. Lastly, you have the request to withdraw the applications of Simon Knock, Karen Flores, Donald Ryan, Michael Smurfett Jr., and Susan Bracey for licensure and or finding of suitability as an officer and or director as noted on the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary, for the record, Scott Scherer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. Appearing today on behalf of the applicants at the podium with me is Seamus McGill, President, CEO, and Chairman of the Board. In the audience today and available are Mr. Jan Roos, Chief Technology Officer, David Goldberg, Director and Chair of the Audit Committee, Brian Chang, who's the Acting Chief Financial Officer, Tina Robinson, Senior Vice President of Gaming Compliance, and Sylvia Tiscareño, who's the Chief Legal Officer.
Great.
Thank you for waiving the appearances of Simon Knock, Karen Flores, Michael Smurfett Jr., and Susan Bracey, whose applications are on for withdrawal. My understanding also is that Mr. Don Ryan and his counsel, Sean McGinnis, are also in the audience. Thank you also to Senior Agent Can, Supervisor Bradford, Special Agent Crowley, Senior Agent Teepee, and Deputy Chief Peggio for their professionalism and courtesy in handling these investigations. I'd like to now turn it over, if I can, to Mr. McGill. You should have in front of you a presentation slide deck that he will go through and just hit some of the highlights. He's not going to read all of it, and he'll call up those who are going to assist him with the presentation as that goes. Then we'd be happy to answer any questions on the company. And if it is acceptable to you, we'd then go through the individuals and have them introduce themselves as well. So with that, Mr. Chairman, may we proceed with the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shearer. Good morning, Mr. McGill.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Dr. Watkins. Good morning, Judge Assad, and good morning, Madam Secretary. My name is Seamus McGill. I am interim CEO of GAN Limited, and I'm here to present the company overview. I won't bore you with all the details. You can flip to the slides if you like, but I'll give you just the highlights if I may.
Please.
In the interest of time. GAN is an award-winning provider of software solutions to the online gaming industry. Our products are deployed in Europe, the United States, Canada, and Latin America. Our corporate history, we were founded in 2001 in the UK, and since then we have brought technology to the United States in the form of online gaming, with our first installation being in New Jersey in 2013. We deliver online casino solutions to multiple states. We are currently licensed in 20 states in the United States. We also purchased a company called Coolbet out of Estonia. Coolbet is a sports betting company, which we use in the European markets. We, as I said, we're licensed in multiple states and in 5 countries. We're a leader in the B2B industry, in the high-tech B2B industry. We're positioned for tremendous growth. We currently have an employee base of about 700 people around the world, in Las Vegas, California, Estonia, Israel, Bulgaria, and the UK. I don't think I've forgotten any country. I hope I haven't. We have our product lines. We have real money gaming meaning real money slots online in those states that are regulated. We also do simulated gaming in those states that are not regulated. Simulated gaming is gaming for fun, and we do that in states that are not regulated for online gaming. We have sportsbook betting in the European markets, and we also have what we call a super RGS, which is a collection of content which we provide to multiple vendor content, which we provide to casinos as part of our offering. Coolbet is a company that we purchased in 2020 during COVID, actually, and we purchased them out of Estonia. We are operating that company in Europe. We took the product and Americanized the product for a B2B market. So we white labeled that product in the United States. Our first installation was in Mississippi, and our second installation was at the Wynn in Massachusetts, in Boston, Massachusetts. We are preparing that product for the Nevada market. In fact, we're in GLI approval right now. We're waiting for GLI approval, and subject to our licensing, we will be launching in Nevada in the very near future. The company is, the parent company is GAN Limited. We also have GAN UK and GAN Nevada. There are other subsidiaries, but they're very, very small. As I said to you earlier, we have global locations in multiple countries in the world. We have a very focused compliance department, and I'd like to introduce you to Sylvia to explain our approach to compliance in the United States.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Sylvia Tiscareño, Chief Legal Officer, GAN Limited. Thank you, Seamus. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Judge Assad, Dr. Watkins, Madam Secretary. A little bit about our employee base first, because I do think it's important, an important segue into the compliance component. We're predominantly remote. As a result, as I'm sure you can imagine, and everyone who went through the pandemic, is that being remote is different than being in the same building with everyone on a day-to-day basis. And as a result, we have our chief people officer and her team have done a great job of bringing people together for employee engagement. They do monthly activities for people across the world. They have staggered trainings to make sure that everyone in different time zones is able to participate. Why is this important? Well, with a global footprint, different countries, different states, it's very important that everybody maintains a certain level of communication, especially as we embark on our compliance plan that we'll be implementing. And so as a result of that, Tina Robinson is our Senior Vice President of Gaming Compliance. She is our compliance officer under our proposed plan. And she and I work hand in hand with one another. The general counsel in the Estonia office for Coolbet, which is the B2C part of the business. She is also one of my direct reports. We work closely with one another as part of our compliance program. Obviously, integrity, we've all been in gaming for a very long time at this point. I myself was born and raised here in Las Vegas. And Tina and I, as a matter of fact, worked together at William Hill in a prior life. And so in implementing our plan, we are still working out some of the details in terms of our independent member. Obviously wanting to vet and talk to folks who are both willing and capable of representing that role on the compliance plan and what's going to be in the best interest of the company.
Great, thank you for that. How far along is the compliance plan? Are you close to being finished with it?
Yes, we submitted our draft plan quite some time ago during the initial stages of the investigation process. And it's really just that component about the independent board
membership. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that concludes our affirmative presentation on the company. Happy to answer any questions about the company or to move into the individuals as you desire.
Are there questions at this stage from board members regarding the company, not the individuals?
Yeah, I just had a quick follow-up question for council, and I just wanted to know what you meant. You said you're mostly remote. Can you provide a bit more detail to that?
Absolutely, Dr. Watkins, what I meant by that is we do have a predominantly remote workforce. So in Estonia, they do have an office building where the employees go in on a regular basis. I believe it's, I don't want to be misquoted, is it 3 days at least out of the week that the employees are in the office? Here in the United States, we actually have employees in different states. So we have access to our WeWork account, which is where we go. I'll meet with the compliance team. We'll go over any applications, things where we have to meet in person, obviously meeting, different vendors or individuals associated with the company as necessary. And then we also obviously have a customer base here in Nevada as well. But yes, so predominantly remote means we are not all going into an office on a regular basis.
Okay, but you are in the office sometimes. I didn't know if you meant like the workforce was split, like some remote, some in the office, or everybody.
As it relates to B2B and B2C, yes. So B2C in Estonia does go into the office again at least the 3 times a week. B2B, the other division, which is predominantly in the UK and the United States, we don't have a set office building to go into. We do have an Irvine location, which is our corporate headquarters, which is our company registered address. So we have employees who go in there as well, but mainly most of the employees are remote.
And can you confirm the number of employees?
709.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, questions regarding the company?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Just, I guess this is for Mr. McGill. We were kind of surprised at the pre-hearing yesterday why the chief information officer, the chief financial officer, treasurer and director, the president, and Director Michael Smurfett all withdrew their applications.
Let me address Michael Smurfett Jr. first. He is a director and still a director of GAN Limited and of GAN UK Limited. Originally, GAN UK Limited was applying for registration as an intermediary company and not as a licensee. Because he's an independent director, he was not actually in a licensable or mandatory licensing position. So we requested withdrawal of his application. Subsequently, through discussions with the technology division, we decided that GAN UK Limited should apply for a license as a manufacturer. Because he is a director there, he is reapplying for licensure as a director of GAN UK Limited because it will be a licensed company. It will be a mandatory licensing for all of the directors of that company. So he will be applying or reapplying for licensure as a director of GAN UK Limited. So the original withdrawal for him was simply because he was in a position where he was not required to be licensed. I think the same is true for Susan Bracey, for example. The applications were originally filed before I got involved, and several were filed for directors of the parent company where licensing was not required.
And then the other folks.
The other, Simon Knock was with the company. He left the company about 19 months ago. We still have a great relationship with Simon, and we, in fact, I had a meeting with him yesterday. So he's kind of, if you like, an unpaid advisor to the company right now. The other folks have retired or excuse me, left the company over the period of about the last 2 years.
So do you have a plan on how to replace them quickly, or?
Oh yes, I'm in the middle of working that plan right now. But yes, I have looked at promoting some people from within and hiring some people from the outside.
And then I guess this would be a question for the CFO, but Ms. Flores, but she's not here, right? She's withdrawn her application.
Yes, Brian Chang, the acting CFO, is here. If you'd like.
The question I had is, it's a very unusual, precipitous decline in the financial situation with regard to the equity. I wonder if you could explain that over just the last 2 years.
Introduce yourself for the record.
Sure, thank you. Chairman Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad. I'm Brian Chang, acting CFO. I took the position in November of this past year upon Karen Flores' exit. In response to your inquiry about the decline, we experienced significant declines because we were struggling with a whole host of operational issues that we believe we've sorted out. And we are excited about the proposition of the new customers and the contracts that we've signed. We are not out of the woods yet. However, based on all the information that I have available to me and my team from a forecasting perspective, we don't foresee any particular issues with the financial stability of the company, at least for the next 12 months, which is our reporting requirement for SEC regulations.
And along that line, can you go into as much as you can, the relationship with Sega?
It's difficult to do in a public forum because we're in the middle of a strategic review right now. But I have been involved in that, and I visited Japan about 3 weeks ago, I believe. Yeah, 3 weeks ago. I'm still jet lagged as a result, and we are still in discussions with them.
And then it's probably not fair to ask you this because you just came on board as the CEO, but do you have a technology person here?
Yes. Jan Roos is the Chief Technology Officer. So
great. What is the status right now? From what we were told, the app with respect to the horse racing part of it through GLI is having some issues, or it's not quite ready for prime time. Is that correct?
Introduce yourself.
Now we are.
If you could just
Jan Roos, JANROS. As of now, our software is finished development. The GLI is doing audit. They are finalizing the report on the software. So I'm not aware of any remaining issues with horse racing or anything.
Is it ready to go?
Development-wise, it is done. but the audit, we haven't still got the audit report. They are finishing the audit report, and this week we are preparing some data, and next week they will validate all the reports as well. There's a lot of reporting requirements, so they will ensure that this works as well. So as far as I know, everything is finished from development.
So I might have missed the date. When do you anticipate GLI releasing the product for approval?
First week in November. The first week in November.
First week in November. Okay.
And we're set to install our first site in the middle of November.
Pull that microphone a little closer. Yeah, it's just hard to pick up.
We are in the final stages with GLI. We're in the middle of the audit process right now, but we're confident of that. They issued the issue that you referred to. We've resolved it. I believe I was on a phone call about 3-4 days ago. We've resolved that issue, and we're ready to go. And we've had a very successful first installation in Mississippi, and we had a second very successful installation at Wynn in Massachusetts, and we're confident we'll be very successful here in Nevada. We're looking forward to it.
So is that the same exact product that GLI is looking at now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, pretty much.
I think there's some minor differences in the reporting requirements for Nevada, and those are have been addressed, and GLI has tested it. They're writing up their certification report, but the audit still has to be done. There still has to be an audit done, and once the audit is done, then they have to go through and reconcile and make sure that, in fact, all the reports are accurate for the transactions that were run through the system during that audit period.
Okay.
And they expect all of that to be done, as was noted, the first week in November.
And then you'll put it out for a trial run?
Yes.
Floor?
Yes, we have a couple of trial sites, and then, yes.
Here in Nevada?
Here in Las Vegas, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
When was that submitted to GLI approximately?
We originally, I believe, submitted, I don't have full recollection, but we initially submitted to Nevada, and Nevada were overwhelmed, and I believe they suggested that we work closely with GLI on it. I believe that's what happened, but it was quite some time ago, probably, I would say 4 to 6 months.
Yeah, and I don't know the specific time either, but you're trying to tell me that our lab was overwhelmed and couldn't do it? That's your understanding?
Again, at that particular point in time, I was not in an operational role at the company. These are just conversations we had, or I overheard, or whatever. So I forgive me if I get it wrong, but I believe there was a cooperation between Nevada and GLI. Forgive me if I don't have the exact details.
I understand, and I don't know for 100% either, but that's not what I have in my materials.
All right. Well, I will be sure to find out for you, and certainly.
Well, I'll follow up with a couple more questions. Are you aware that Nevada's lab was having bi-weekly meetings about this many, many months ago?
I personally was not. No, I'm personally.
Sure. Yeah, and I understand you're in a double role now, and I'll get to that in a minute. I'm concerned that I don't believe this got to GLI till a while ago, and there's a lot of people asking Nevada how long things take to get on an agenda, and this is a perfect example to me that we've been sitting and waiting for information on quite a few things regarding this, including what was being submitted to the lab. So I would encourage you to check with your people and find out how long it took to get information to both our investigative division and our technology division.
I certainly will.
Good. Let me ask you, I believe you're licensed in a couple of dozen other jurisdictions. Are you trying to deploy this technology in multiple of locations now? You said it was right now in Mississippi, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you in their labs? Are you in their process?
We've been in Mississippi, installed in Mississippi for over a year.
Over a year. Anywhere else?
Product is working extremely well.
Good.
And we did the same in, as I say, in Boston, at the Wynn property in Boston.
Good. All right. As we were touching on a little bit earlier, you're in a difficult position. I understand that being chair of the board, then you were asked to become president. How is that working out with your time and trying to run everything.
Adversely affecting my golf game.
Absolutely.
I was sort of semi-retired, but I'm a very active individual. I have 5 children, so it's easy for me to be active. So I've put the golf aside, and I'm engaged probably 10 hours a day from as of last couple of weeks, and I'm enjoying it actually.
Good.
Doing just
Good.
fine.
Yeah, and clearly you have a very long and esteemed background in the gaming community. So it's good that they asked you to step in. It's bad for the fact that the corporate structure is now very linear. You've got a very flat corporate structure until some people get put in place. And as Judge Assad was touching on, quite a number of executive members of your company have left for various reasons, but that leaves the company in a difficult position of not being able to spread out your time and your responsibilities on a day-to-day basis. So that causes me some concern as we sit here today.
Well, in my career, I have a good reputation of being a good delegator.
Good.
I hire good staff and I delegate, and I don't take it all on myself. I'm not smart enough to do it myself. So the process is I'm evaluating the team right now, and I plan to, as I said, promote and hire and delegate. I don't intend to do it all myself.
Appreciate that, and that's very important as a leader.
Yes, thank you.
Let me ask the interim CFO or you, Mr. McGill, are you in full compliance with all NASDAQ requirements at this point?
Hi, Chairman Hendrick, I'll answer that. Yes, we are in compliance with all NASDAQ and SEC regulations and requirements, as well as any covenants that we have on our credit facility.
Good, you answered my next question. You're thinking ahead. That was exactly what I was going to ask. So all covenants are current as this point. So thank you for answering that. All right. Tell me a little bit more about the WinBet. How long has that been going on, that it's been in operation?
WinBet, we installed Win, I want to say, I need to.
That's okay.
About 9 months ago.
Okay.
About 9 months ago. We have 128 betting terminals on the site, and they're going incredibly well. We're very, very excited about that. And I think the industry is very excited about it. This is our first launch, our second launch in the United States, but a very visible launch in Massachusetts at the Wynn property. And the plan is to expand that into other jurisdictions, including Nevada, and not only with Wynn, but with other major customers in the Nevada market. And then to take it throughout the rest of the United States as sports betting gets legalized.
Thank you for that. The question that Judge Assad mentioned earlier about the race side of things, are any of these other jurisdictions, are they tied in with race as well, or just sports?
Some of the states do race. I'm not certain whether Massachusetts is doing race and sportsbook, but certainly Nevada is.
Right. Yeah. And that's part of what we're waiting for from GLI. And I think you said it was your understanding that you're expecting a response from GLI in the first week of November.
Yeah, they're in the process of audit right now.
Got it.
And we have no reason to believe there's any issues.
Okay. Other questions from board members about the company?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Your CFO spoke to certain operational issues that may have led to the decline of the company's financial status. How have those operational issues been resolved? And if the CFO can best answer this, then I'd be happy to hear from him. And how can we ensure that there's not another default?
So with the Coolbet acquisition, we've been basically running 2 distinct platforms. And the launch of GAN Sports with Nevada potentially, as well as in Mississippi and Massachusetts, was kind of the hallmark of getting the new tech deployed. And so we were able to start the process of right-sizing our cost structure specifically to mitigate any revenue shortfalls that we were having from the contract. So it is predominantly cost structure and cost optimization that we've been deploying through a restructuring event that happened in January and April of 2022, as well as just a general tightening of the belt, as you will, throughout the remainder of 22 as well as into 2023.
And there were some failures to report as it relates to the default. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Failures to report,
From an SAC perspective, or
as it relates to the default.
I'm sorry, what default are you referring to?
One moment, please. Well, while I'm looking, can you please let me know, can you speak to the resignations, or someone else can speak to it, the resignations, and give us a little more information. I know Judge Assad mentioned this before, but give us a little more information about the resignations and why so many in such a short period of time, and the withdrawals here today.
All I can say is people come and go over in the life of any company, and some of the resignations happened over the last 24 months. Our CFO resigned about, I think, over a year ago. Our Chief Technology Officer, Simon Knock, he decided he would get out of the business. It was too stressful for him, and he's in the, I think he, what is it he does right now? He does remodels cars, I believe. So he got out of the business. Mr. Smurfit, Mr. Michael Smurfit, was prepared to come in front of the board today, but we deemed it not necessary. But he was prepared. He was prepared as of early this morning to be in front of the board. He lives in Portugal. The other individuals, there were some that just left of their own accord, and that was it.
Just like the timing was a coincidence.
The timing?
Yes.
Well, they left at different times. They didn't leave. No one left at the same time. They left at different times, I believe. I'm trying to figure out who you refer.
But so with regard to the CFO and the president of B2B, is it?
The president of B2B is still in place, Mr. Oh, you're referring to Mr. Don Ryan? Mr. Don Ryan is actually present in the room, but he left about, I want to say in December of last year. I believe it's December of last year.
Okay, so I have ongoing concerns about the number of resignations and withdrawals here today. Additionally, with going back to the default issue, there were, it looks like, numerous failures, failure to deliver a business plan, failure to notify, things of that sort.
Well, I'm not aware of the default you refer to.
I'm sorry, Dr. Watkins. Is there any more clarity you can provide on that? Because I am aware that we had to file extensions with CC for our 10K.
This is regarding Beach Point back in April of 22.
Oh, so in the middle of our renegotiations for the credit facility, which Sega eventually became our lender.
Can you speak up and maybe?
Oh, sorry.
Apologies. So in connection with our renegotiation of our credit facility that occurred in April, Beach Point had waived our requirements in that period of time, and we were actively working with them because we knew we were in the process of transitioning away from Beach Point to Sega Sammy. And so they had given us a waiver, which was disclosed in our 10K. And we were not out of compliance because we obtained waivers for all of those items.
And that's your understanding?
Correct. And it's also what we disclosed in our 10K.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Judge?
No, I share the same concerns that you and Dr. Watkins have expressed with regard to the financials and the management issue. So no further questions at this time.
And I believe that your interim CFO gave us an overview as much as necessary for a public record about your company's liquidity. And is there anything you would be able to add to that on the record?
Just that our CFO is very focused and a very diligent individual and is doing a tremendous job for us. And I think our bankers and everybody else around him would attest to that. So I believe that we're in good shape, and he is incredibly honest individual, and he will steer us in the right direction. He continues to do so.
Thank you for that. Mr. Shearer, anything else you'd like to add about the financial condition of the company?
Just something to echo what Mr. Chang has already said, which is the company has a number of plans in the works. As you know, they've announced a strategic restructuring. They're working through that program. But based on the timing that we expect for that to take, and based on the current situation of the company, we expect that the company is in good shape to make it through that process and emerge on the other side and even stronger and with a great product ready to take to the market.
Thank you for that. Well, if there's no other questions about the company, let's go ahead and discuss the individuals, and that would start with you, Mr. McGill. You've given us a bit of your background. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Well, I was born in Ireland many, many years ago. I spent the first 22 years of my life in Ireland. I was educated in Dundalk Dundalk De La Salle College, Regional Technical College in Dundalk, Ireland. I joined the company at a very young age. I joined the company at the age of 20. My father's company went bankrupt, and he was left unemployed, so I ended up prematurely getting into the workforce. I worked for an Irish company that did that built animal feed formulation computers, and we were a small company out of my hometown. We were incredibly successful. In the first 4 years with them, I traveled to England, Australia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Spain, Canada, all over Europe, installing computers for them. When I came 24, they asked me to go to Japan for a four-week trip to install a computer to test it in the Japanese market. I went there and I ended up spending 7 years in Japan. We installed computers all over Japan. I did it myself, all over Japan, in Taiwan, Philippines, Singapore, and Australia. I got recruited 7 years later. I got recruited by an American company out of Reno and came to the United States. Got a green card within 30 days, believe it or not. At that time, it was relatively easy. And I came to the United States and started my career in lodging and hospitality systems in Reno and worked with them for 4 years. Then I moved to Dallas with a company called Spectre Vision. And from there, I got recruited back into Nevada, into Las Vegas. So I joined Micon Gaming in 1996. I worked for them for 3 years. And I got recruited by a small company at the time, a company called WMS Gaming. I think our revenues at the time were about 40 million, 50 million. I was with them for 6 lovely years, beautiful years. I was head of sales and marketing for the United States. And I opened offices for WMS in Spain, in South Africa, and Australia. When I left WMS Gaming, the company was doing $600 million a year in revenue. I left them solely because they wanted me to move to Chicago. As I told you earlier, I do enjoy my golf, and I do enjoy the sunshine because I spent most of my youth in Ireland without any sun. So I decided I would not move permanently to Chicago. So I left them and took a position with a company called Cyberview. Cyberview Technologies. We're in server-based gaming technology. 3 months after I joined the company, the owner told me that he was not well, and he needed me to sell the company. So it took me about 18 months. I sold the company just before the crash in 2008 to IGT. And I spent 3 beautiful months at IGT because they wanted me to babysit it for 3 full months. And then they let me out of my non-compete. And I joined Aristocrat Gaming as Chief Operating Officer. I was with Aristocrat for 6 years. And I left them in late 2013. I had some health problems at the time, ankle problems. So I spent about 2-3 years with multiple surgeries and whatever on my ankle. So I didn't do an awful lot of work. And then I was on the board of GAN. And so I was not very active in the gaming industry, but GAN asked me to participate and help them as much as possible. Recently, a few years ago, I took the chairmanship. And of course, recently I just took the CEO position.
Thank you for that. Very stellar background in the gaming industry, both in our state and around the world. I have no concerns about you other than what we talked about earlier. Is there just enough hours in the day for you to do everything? You're wearing an awful lot of hats. With your background, I think you can do it, but I'm concerned that the company needs to give you a little bit of breathing room to be sure everything's handled. I will say also for the record that I was very happy to hear about the compliance plan and everything that you all are putting in place, because that's extremely important to us, especially when you have not as many executives that you would like to have under your corporate structure. But in terms of your background and your probity and your experience, very, very impressive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Member Watkins, do you have questions?
I don't have anything further.
Okay, Judge.
No questions. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. And by the way, I'd like to thank Agent Tan, who's probably here somewhere, for the efforts and her patience with me over the last 6 months. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And who do we have next, Mr. Shear?
We've got Jan Roos is next, I think,
Yeah.
on the agenda.
Please, Mr. Roos.
Hello, my name is Jan Roos. Shall I introduce myself?
Please, yeah, tell us a little bit about your background and how you came to be involved with GAN.
Yes, yeah, I work and live in Estonia, Tallinn. I came here just for these meetings. I have a master's level of education in software development area. I have worked in different software development companies, always started as a developer and somehow ended up in some kind of manager position. Then I worked in banking, also started as a developer, ended in a senior development position. And then I got into online gaming. So I worked in a bookmaker in Europe. NordicBet, TrioBet were the brands. I worked there, I think, about maybe seven years. And then I joined my, let's say, current company. I was the first employee in Coolbet. Later on, Coolbet was bought by GAN. So yeah, Coolbet started 2015. So we developed the software for 1 year, and then we went live with our own software, our own sports betting software with some casino integrations. Yeah, then 2021, 2020 end or 2021 beginning, we got acquired by GAN. And in the very end of the same year, 2021, I was promoted to the global CTO of GAN, the mother company. Then in 2022, we launched retail in Mississippi. That was around 1 year, 4 months after we started developing this retail kiosks. So I would say pretty fast development. We managed And the field trial ended about 1 year after we launched there. So nothing to be proud of, but I think we made a world record there with the longest field trial. But we did a lot of learning from there. And I believe now we are ready for going live here in Las Vegas, the capital of the entertainment.
Great. How many people directly report to you at the company?
In my whole organization?
Yes.
It's around 200 people. My last record was 224.
And what do those mostly do? Are they developers?
So there are, the whole IT department. So developers, the majority are developers. Then we have infrastructure and DevOps. Then we have also corporate IT, who take care of the workstations. So around half are working with the V1 software, basically the GAN origin software, and around half are working on V2, which is the software we are trying to go live with here as well.
Thank you. Member Watkins, do you have questions for Mr. Roos?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
All right, Judge.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. You have some applications pending in other jurisdictions?
Yes, I do.
Which ones? And what's the status?
There's a lot of applications ongoing. I honestly, I lost overview. Our legal department is tracking this.
Maybe we can have Tina Robinson come forward. She's the Senior
Sure.
Vice President of Gaming Compliance.
Great.
Tracks
Thank you.
all the applications for the company.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Tina Robinson, I'm the SVP of Compliance for GAN. Thank you for having me. Good morning. Right now, there's 2 pending for Jan. There's active investigations. They're in the process of the background review. So he is part of one of our big principal people that we apply for every jurisdiction that we're in. So I apologize, I don't have the states with me. I apologize, but there's 2 active ones.
Probably Massachusetts is one.
Maryland is one that he's still pending as
Right.
we are in an active investigation. And then New Jersey, I think he's still pending.
Okay. So nothing has been approved yet. They're still in a pending state.
They have temporary approval in the one, and then Maryland, there's nothing approved at this time, but we're not active in Maryland as well.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Roos. That brings us to Mr. Goldberg. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm David Goldberg. Thank you, members of the board, Madam Secretary. I would also like to call out Agent Tan for her thoroughness and fairness through a long process. I began my career right out of college from Northwestern University, just outside Chicago. I started as a concert promoter in Chicago about 30 years ago. After several years of doing that, which was a terrific job, I decided I didn't want to be a concert promoter for the rest of my life. Decided I wanted to go back to school and went to get my MBA at University of Chicago. While doing that, I started work for Ticketmaster so that I could finish school in the evenings and avoid going woefully into debt going through college. Concert promoter was not a good job to go to school in the evenings with. After graduating, I went back to my prior company, the concert promotion firm, and this was just when the commercial internet was starting to happen. And we created some of the early music destination sites on the internet. We ran rollingstone.com, our own branded tunes.com, and a number of digital music sites. We sold that business in 1999. Then I went to help start up a business that became Sport Vision. And most people will recognize Sport Vision as creating the yellow 1st and 10 line on football broadcasts. We also created a bunch of other TV broadcast enhancements like the K-Zone for baseball and a number of other things. I ran our interactive division. We ran websites for a lot of professional sports teams as well as media companies like Fox Sports and others. We sold the interactive division in the early 2000s. I went back to work for Ticketmaster, but this time moved to Los Angeles. All this time I was in Chicago. Unlike Mr. McGill, I have an affinity for Chicago. At Ticketmaster, I was executive vice president in charge of strategy and business development. And over my tenure there, I ended up running half the business. I ran all of our international business operations, our mergers and acquisitions, strategy, business development, and sales and marketing. When I left Ticketmaster in 2008, I made my first foray into the gaming industry. I went to run a public company in LA called ubet.com. At the time, ubet was the largest legal online wagering site in the US. Advanced deposit wagering, horse race betting was all we did. Publicly traded on the NASDAQ. We sold that business to Churchill Downs, which is now made up their Twin Spires business at this point. I spent the next several years doing a series of advisory and operating gigs. At this point, family moved from LA to Washington, DC area. We wanted to be closer to family. Helped the folks at AEG launch their ticketing business called Axis, which is very active in Nevada. Also helped William Hill when they were looking at coming into the market from an interactive perspective, not the sportsbook businesses in Nevada per se. Also helped a couple friends with both an online ticketing business from my background at Ticketmaster, as well as a social gaming business. About 7 years ago, I reached out to a friend of mine at TPG, global private equity firm, and became an advisor at TPG. It's not a full-time role, but I advised TPG on investments in gaming, online gaming, and live entertainment globally. For no particular reason, most of the businesses that I've dealt with have been in India and Asia. There's no geographic focus for me, but that happens to be where I found some of the deals. And it affords me to do outside work as well. Being on the board of GAN. Prior to GAN, I was on the board of a company called Transworld, which operated casinos in the Czech Republic. It was NASDAQ traded. We sold that business to Far East Consortium, I think in 2018. And I do a number of other outside advisory gigs, but I think the plurality of my time these days is actually spent with a nonprofit I helped start up about 10 years ago. It's called Kid Museum, and we run the largest maker education space in the country at this point. And what we do is we focus on at-risk youth and try and expose them to maker-based learning by doing, working in team environments to help their outcomes both in school, but also their future outcomes, hopefully in the workforce. I serve as chairman of the board of that organization. And I think probably the thing that I'm most proud of at this moment is the efforts that we've made over 10 years, I think impacting the lives of tens of thousands of kids in our local area.
That's great. Very impressive. Thank you for that. And I understand you are the chair of the audit committee, correct?
Correct.
Tell us how much time that entails.
I would say of my time, it's probably, I spend 10 to 15% of my time with GAN overall, in part out of interest in having been in this industry, in part because I have a very significant role as chair of the audit committee. And I also have been in the industry for a long time, so I help the company, whether it's introductions to potential partners or just general business issues. So I take a pretty active role.
Good. Thank you for that. Member Watkins, do you have questions for Mr. Goldberg?
Oh, very impressive. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Judge?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Great school, University of Chicago, MBA, Business Administration. Very impressive.
Thank you.
And also your undergrad B of Bachelor of Arts in Economics from Northwestern. Schools I could have never gotten into. So
I don't think I could now either.
So your current position, do you see any future growth with GAN long term, or is this, you seem to have bounced around quite a bit?
No, I do see growth with GAN. I think that what you've seen as sports betting has spread, that a lot of companies have internalized technology. For a lot of them, it's not going well. So I think that there's going to be a little bit of, while there's been aggregation, perhaps some disaggregation, which will benefit companies like GAN.
Great. Was Agent 10 your investigator on this? You want to give her a shout out?
I at the beginning did, and at the end will. She was, to your question of others, Nevada was very thorough. Agent Tam was very thorough, but very fair.
Very good. Very good. We like to hear that.
Listener and asker of questions both.
Great. Thank you.
The good news is she said there are no areas of concern. So I don't have any areas of concern. I'm happy to support you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Goldberg. Mr. Shear, anything else you'd like to add?
Just two things quickly. We have the draft orders of registration. There's a draft number 1 dated, I believe, September 11th. And we also have a proposed draft number 2 that, if you were to accept the changes, would be dated today. Those changes essentially would be under Regulation 8.030 subsection 4. It states that for a pledge, normally a pledge will not ordinarily be approved unless the certificates are held within the state of Nevada. And I highlight that word ordinarily because on at least one other occasion, I know that the board and commission have approved holding the certificates outside of the state of Nevada. And that would be our request today, that the collateral agent does not have offices in the state of Nevada. They do in the lovely city of Chicago. And they are at that designated office. That office could not be moved without your approval, or that location could not be moved without your approval. And so we're asking that the order of registration allow for the certificate to be kept in the collateral agent's office and vault in Chicago. It would be accessible to your agents there. Like most public companies, the draft order of registration has a requirement for a revolving fund. So there would be funds available if your agents needed to visit Chicago to see the certificates for any reason or to confirm that they were there. So we would ask that the order of registration draft number 2 be approved to allow to keep the certificates in the collateral agent's office in Chicago or in the state of Nevada, but not be moved without your approval.
Yeah, and I heard about this yesterday, probably afternoon. Why the request at the 11th hour?
I think we made this request at the time in September 11th when the first draft was done. So in discussions with Deputy Chief Peggio. So we made the request at that time. We did continue to check to see what the options were for the collateral agent. They could, to be fully transparent, they could subcontract with a company here in Nevada to hold the certificates here in Nevada if necessary, but that would involve a significant additional charge, which under the agreements would then pass to the company. The company would have to pay that additional charge as part of the pledge agreement. So
you're reading my mind. I was going to ask you next, what happens if we can't keep them in Chicago? And you answered that question. I didn't have much chance to research this. What do you believe the policy reason is behind if these certificates, or if they're actually certificated, what's a policy reason for keeping them in Nevada?
I believe this regulation goes back to quite a ways, and I think it was based on, at the time, Nevada was the only place with, at least in the United States, with legal gaming. And I think it may have been New Jersey as well at that time, but very few places that had legal gaming in the United States. I think it's also accessibility for the agents, again, to confirm that in fact certificates are there, that they're being handled correctly. And travel was more difficult, I think, at the time. So it's become simpler. As I said, we've had it has become now standard for all public companies to have a revolving fund. It wasn't always standard originally. So I think the fact that, again, travel is simpler, gaming has spread throughout the United States, and the revolving fund is available if necessary, I think makes the requirement to keep them in, or what is the ordinary requirement to keep them in the state of Nevada, unnecessary in most cases.
Yeah, and as you know, we've had conversations over the past several months about a lot of times now there isn't even certificates. So corporate securities is changing some of that in the orders as they come up for if then language. being put in place. But this is the first time I've seen that there is actually certificates, but not having them in Nevada. So that causes me some concern, especially without a chance to actually work through it in my mind. I won't speak for the other board members. They can speak for themselves, but I'm not there yet. And maybe, as you know, we're having regulatory workshops. It may be something that you want to bring up at that time for getting industry input as well as board input, which I just haven't had the chance to do in the last 24 hours.
Understood.
Member Watkins, you have questions regarding order number 1 or draft order number 2?
I similarly just haven't had enough time to look into it because I was presented with it yesterday as well. So.
Good. Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. With regard to that issue, I'm also concerned that we might be setting a precedent that we may not want to set. So I'll defer to you on this issue.
Yeah, as I stated, I'm kind of in the same spot, but I am happy to hear that there is a plan B. I understand that that has some cost to it, but we'll chalk that up to the cost of doing business at this point. So I would prefer, for my sake, to stay with draft number 1. Did you have any other questions regarding draft number 1?
I did not. Other than that one issue, draft number 1 is acceptable and in proper form for approval.
Great, thank you. Anything other than comments about the order? Anything else you'd like to add?
I might just conclude by saying that we understand that this company has gone through some, overcome some obstacles and had some things in its way. We know there's been some turnover. I think you saw from Mr. Goldberg's background, Mr. McGill's background, they have some very impressive, very capable people leading this company. And yes, we understand the concern about some of the turnover, but we think that they are moving in the right direction and have the right team on board. I can tell you, having worked with Ms. Tiscareño and Ms. Robinson over the years, that they are top notch when it comes to legal and compliance issues. And I would say that my belief is that this company is in very good hands with the people that are on board, but certainly understand your concerns and would appreciate your affirmative recommendation to allow them to move forward and bring what is a highly sought after, very good piece of technology and make it available to licensees here in Nevada.
Thank you for that, Mr. Scheer. And yes, your advocacy on behalf of your clients is well noted. The CVs of the people who are here in the room are very impressive. I think I've explained my concerns on the record. It's really about where do we go from here? And you articulated that very well. I'm personally of an opinion that putting a limitation on this would be good for the state of Nevada and would be good for the company to allow time to see what happens going forward from here. I also was very happy to hear Mr. McGill talking about that one of the big pieces on his plate right now is putting in some of the senior executive members of his team to fill some current interim vacancies and provide stability for the company. So I would also be interested in a condition that talks about 6 months to get a new CEO and or president put in place, to have them file an application within 6 months as a separate individual, 6 months to get a full-time CFO in place, to file that application within 6 months. That's kind of where I'm leaning. I don't think any of those are insurmountable, and I know I'm hitting you with those a little bit flat-footed, Mr. Scheer. Do you want to talk to your client about the timing of 6 months to get an application filled for those two individuals?
Let me ask one question, if I might first. You mentioned a limitation. Did you have a sense of time for that limitation?
I'm personally thinking 2 years. I think that's kind of standard. 1 year isn't good for your client or for our investigative division, but 2 years seems to be enough that we can see if they get on stable ground. And I welcome again you chat with your client if you want to take a 5-minute break to do that on those 2 points. And then of course I want to hear from my fellow board members. If you don't need to, if you are comfortable with those conditions and limitations, then we can move forward.
I think the break would be appropriate.
Okay.
I think the 2-year limitation probably works, but the 6 months, whether 6 months to actually have an application on file, whether that's sufficient or whether it's going to take 6 months to find people and then another 30 to
Understood,
60
yeah, and
days
that-
to
I'm
file.
fine with that. We're probably at the time we need to take a break anyway, so it's 10 minutes to 11. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and you can confer with your clients. We'll come back on the record. So we'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the break and the opportunities to discuss with my clients. The easy one first, the 2-year limitation, they have no concerns with. We would ask that be a limitation on the companies, not on the individuals. So the companies would need to reapply. I think I'm talking to Chief Hoffman, I believe that's the way it's worded, but I wanted to just confirm that on the record.
Yeah, thank you for that. And that's a good point. Chief, does that seem correct to you? We're really focused on giving the time for the company, not for the individuals. So does that sound fair?
That is correct, because the issues are with the company and not the individuals.
Good.
We have for us.
Thank you, Chief Hoffman. All right, Mr. Shearer.
And then secondly, with regard to the new CEO and new CFO, we would ask for some additional time, perhaps a year. And the reason is the strategic restructuring that we've mentioned on the record and that's been announced publicly to the markets does create some level of uncertainty out there in terms of what the final, what it's finally going to look like. And to try and attract the best quality candidates, we need to clear up some of that uncertainty. That's going to take a little bit of time to do that. So we would ask perhaps that we be given a year to make sure we've got people in place. We don't expect Mr. Chang to be going anywhere. I think the company's very happy with him. They would actually like him to take the job permanently, but he's reluctant. So they may need to find someone else for that position, but he's doing a great job and they're very pleased with him.
Yeah, your concerns are valid and well thought out. I hadn't really thought about that when I talked about 6 months, and I don't know if a year solves it. So let's talk openly here in a public forum. How else do you put belt and suspenders on this for us to feel comfortable that action happens between now and a year of filing that application? What kind of notice can we be provided with? What can the board be assured of progress?
Well, we certainly will give you notice as soon as there's any kind of definitive result of the strategic restructuring. Any signed agreements, anything that might be involved there. So we'd certainly provide prompt notice of that. We'd certainly provide prompt notice if anyone is hired for those positions. We can certainly assure you we'll give you prompt notice if Mr. Chang were to leave, or if anything were to happen and Mr. McGill were not willing to continue for any reason. One of the possibilities is for Mr. McGill to take the job full time, in which case there may be some changes on the board, but to accommodate that, but that's a possibility as well. So we're happy to give you whatever notice you feel like you need to.
I'm comfortable with that, and these individuals will be found suitable, assuming if the commission moves forward with this. The company will be licensed, so I think just a ongoing agreement without a condition that the company and the suitable officers and directors need to stay in contact with the investigative division and provide all the updates that you're talking about. That's a little too long worded for a condition, but I think you understand where I'm going, is that if there's any significant events, as well as in the hiring process, if there's something going on, you'd be sure the investigative divisions here at the Game Control Board are advised of, we have now posted for this job. We're actively searching for a CFO, or we're actively searching for a president or CAO. But with the two individuals you mentioned, I feel more comfortable. And it may be something you want to think about as well for Mr. Chang to start thinking about preparing an application, because you know how long that takes. So that would make me feel more comfortable as well. If he were deciding to stay in the role, his application would already be in the process.
Understood.
Good. Otherwise, I'm personally okay with the year, and the idea that again, a CEO or president has an application filed with the Game Control Board within a year, and a separate CFO, full-time CFO, has an application filed with the board within the next year, or year from the commission's approval, assuming that were to happen.
Understood. Thank you.
Are there questions or comments from board members?
Yes, I'm in support of that condition as it relates to the time limitation of 2 years and with regard to the applications being on file in 1 year. Again, I think I sort of stated this earlier, but I think we need time to reevaluate or an opportunity to reevaluate the company at this later date within the next 2 years. I have ongoing concerns as it relates to the financial condition and as to the departure of so many of the top level employees around the same time. So given that, I think a 2-year limitation is appropriate, and I understand that the default was waived, but the concerns are still there.
Understood. Thank you.
Judge?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Yes, given the concerns that have been raised and the issues that have been previously discussed and enunciated thoroughly, I think the limitations expressed by the chair are a reasonable accommodation.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Scheer?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Then, Madam Secretary, be sure that we capture all the applications, but we have some withdrawals. Would you prefer to take those first? All right, then I would accept a motion on the request to withdraw applications as stated on the agenda. Is there a motion for that?
Yes, Chair. I move to grant the request to withdraw without prejudice.
All right, Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Hendrick?
Aye. And that motion passes, bringing us now then to all the applications identified in non-restricted number 2.
And I will make that motion as well. I move to recommend approval of the applications in non-restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert. And that will be pursuant to draft number 1 dated 9/11/23. And that's also pursuant to the following conditions. The applications must be filed for the position of president and/or chief executive officer and chief financial officer within 1 year of Nevada Gaming Commission approval. Individual applicants may not be a combination of president and/or chief executive officer, chief financial officer, or chairman of the board of directors. And also the condition that each corporate license, registration, and approval are due to expire at midnight of the day of the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting to be held in October 2025.
Understand those, Mr. Scheer?
Just a quick clarification on the conditions. So understand that the president, CEO cannot also be the chairman of the board, if I'm
correct,
hearing that correctly, cannot also be the CFO. Can the president/CEO be one position?
My understanding is, other members correct me if you don't agree, but yes, I would think that the CEO and president can be the same person or can just have one of those titles. But the key is the chair of the board should not be the CEO or the president.
Understood.
Is that clear, Madam Secretary, in the motion?
I believe so.
Mr. McKellar?
Yes, it's clear, Chair.
Okay, and Member Watkins, did I accurately state your motion?
That's correct. That's the intent of the motion.
Very good. All right, Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to all of you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Scheer. Bit of a housekeeping matter now. The emergency warning system is going to go off on all of our phones in about supposedly 9 minutes. I hope they all go off at once and not over the next 10 minutes. So we'll go ahead and call number 3 on the non-restricted agenda, read that into the record, but we'll probably take a break for all of the noise that's going to happen in a few minutes. Madam Secretary?
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of GR Regency Gaming LLC for licensure as a sole member and manager of Plantation Investments LLC, Carson Plains Investments LLC, Silver Strike Investments LLC, and Silverado Gas and Sea Investments LLC, as well as the application to pledge equity securities as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Plantation Investments LLC doing business as Rail City Casino for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, and to add, remove, or modify conditions. You also have the applications of Carson Plains Investments LLC doing business as Carson Plains Casino, Silver Strike Investments LLC doing business as Silver Strike Casino, and Silverado Casino Investments LLC doing business as Silverado Casino for a non-restricted gaming license and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. Lastly, you have the applications of Silverado Gas and Sea Investments LLC doing business as Silverado Chevron and Carson Plains Investments LLC doing business as Carson Plains Market for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good morning, Mr. Alonso.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here on behalf of Truckee Gaming LLC, which is a registered holding company, and GR Regency Gaming LLC, which is a registered intermediary company, and the main applicant here today before you. With me today are Ferent Zoni, who is the sole member of Truckee Gaming LLC and Chief Executive Officer, and a member of the Truckee Gaming LLC Board of Managers. As you know from his report, Mr. Zoni has been in the gaming industry for a very long time and been licensed in multiple capacities and titles over the years. Also with us today is Tom Benninger. If he would stand, Mr. Benninger is a member of the board of the Truckee Gaming LLC Board of Managers, and he's been licensed in many capacities as well with public companies in the state of Nevada. And I would also like to introduce Pete McHugh, who is Truckee Gaming LLC's Chief Operating Officer. And if we're successful on these applications and transactions close, Mr. McHugh will be filing an application as the key employee at Rail City. It has a key employee condition on that license currently. Before I get into the presentation, I would like to take a moment to recognize your staff and the excellent work that was done on the investigation, specifically Special Agent Joanne Chamberlain, Supervisor Chris Moyle, Deputy Chief Luke Rippey, and Chief Hoffman. They did a great job, very efficient and very quick in terms of timing. They were dealing with people who've been licensed, and so hopefully that made it easier. Not to be outshined, I listened to Ms. Vermees say that they were the last case that Special Agent Chamberlain had, and I'm going to disagree with that. I think we were the last case, and it is bittersweet, her retirement, because we've had the pleasure, this company in particular and myself, of working with Special Agent Chamberlain over the years, and she's a credit to the state of Nevada, and so we wish her well and congratulate her on her retirement, but we're sorry to see her go as well. And with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll just go over what the applications are briefly. The transaction is pretty straightforward. It's got some moving parts to it because there's two separate purchase and sale agreements. One is an equity transaction where the company is buying the equity securities and Plantation Investments, which does business as Rail City Casino and Sparks. That's a transfer of interest application. And then the other part of the transaction is the acquisition of the 3 Berry family casinos in Lyon County and the 2 convenience stores, all of which are situated in Lyon County. And I'll just name them: the Silverado Casino, which is located in Fernley, the Silver Strike Casino, which is located in Silver Springs, the Carson Plains Casino, which is located in Dayton, the Carson Plains Market, which is a convenience store with 15 slot machines, that's also located in Dayton, and the Silverado Chevron, which is a fueling, gas station, and convenience store with 7 slot machines located in Fernley. And GR Regency, this is an asset acquisition, and all new licenses at those locations, they are all keeping the same names. GR Regency Gaming LLC created the 4 new limited liability companies that are wholly owned by it for this particular transaction. If Truckee Gaming is successful receiving its approvals from the board and the commission, when the transactions close, it will now have 10 casino locations across the state, 9 of them in northern Nevada and 1 down here in southern Nevada, and the 2 restricted locations in northern Nevada. With that, and I'll come back to additional presentation, but I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Zoni and talk about the background of these transactions, employee transition, and keeping the employees, and kind of the thinking behind these acquisitions.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Michael. I'm Ferent Zoni. I'm the CEO of Truckee. We've been around for about 10 years. Was known for years with our Sands asset in downtown Reno. When we sold that property, we really set our sights on creating a small gaming company focused in Nevada, targeting more the local segment of the business and really kind of getting out of the hotel side of it. And kind of made that known out in the marketplace. And timing, sometimes you don't control timing kind of controls you. As a buyer, we talked to several entities over the years that we had interest in and we thought fit our model, and timing is perfect.
We'll take a recess for 2 minutes and
There
see
you
if
go.
this ends. Please.
Okay. No, so timing on these, because sometimes you kind of look at, there we go.
All right, we'll hope that concludes this test of the emergency broadcast system. It must be on 2 different cell towers or 2 different feeds. So please, sorry for the interruption. Go ahead, Mr.
One more
Zoni.
time. So the idea of having both of these transactions happening at the same time wasn't necessarily how we would have set it up. However, both of these entities, the equity at the time, knew that we were interested, and we said, listen, when the time's right for you, let us know. And we are very interested in the assets. Rail City is one that both Tom and I have had a long history with over the years. We owned it once before selling it to the Herbst family and helping them through. And then the other is just a group of assets that we thought fit our portfolio very well. And lo and behold, they both ended up calling us at about the same time saying timing is right and we'd like to consider an offer. And we were able to do it. For a company our size, to take on 4 assets at the same time may sound a little daunting, but when we did the Pioneer Crossing properties, we brought 3 on at the same time with no issue. We see that these 4 are ones that are in our neighborhood. We know them well. The staff comes with them. So we don't see it as being a challenge. And really it's, we'll all wear costumes because it'll be Halloween night that we'll do the transition. So it'll be fun.
Nice, Nevada Day.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that too. So with that, I know that there was a question a little bit on how the team members were going to be facilitated through this. We've had meetings with all of the employee groups, laid out how the transition works. Communication is crucial in these type of actions. And I think we've gotten everybody comfortable. They're going to be coming over to our health insurance, which was a question that was brought up. And interesting, for the employees that are going to be coming over from Rail City, their benefit package and their pricing stays exactly as it was before. And for the Berry transaction, we believe that we're actually their health insurance costs are going down, at least in the initial. So I think a win-win for everybody here. Both transactions, the offer in the initial was that all employees come across. So they will just transfer over. Their seniority stays as it was. Their PTO stays in order. It's pretty seamless as possible to bring it across. Systems like their punch in time clock will change, but we'll be shutting the assets down late on the evening of the 31st, reopening the next morning under Truckee after we do the count and the drop and the changeover. We're pretty experienced at doing this in the past, so we see it as a smooth thing, and we look forward to adding these assets to us. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you for that presentation. The idea of acquiring all these at once, I'm sure was a lot of paperwork and a lot of lifting, but important for these communities in the state of Nevada. And I'm personally very happy to hear that you said all the employees and their benefits are transferring over to your company. So that's a tribute to you and all you're trying to do with your organization. So thank you for that. I didn't have any other questions. Our packet of information and the investigation was extremely thorough. And as you stated, you are already a member in good standing, and Mr. Behringer, Mr. McHugh, a lot of time here in the state of Nevada in the gaming industry. So we appreciate that. We look forward to Mr. McHugh's application being filed. And I am happy to support this application on behalf of these important communities in the state of Nevada. Member Watkins, questions or concerns?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Did you state how many employees there are?
We today, depending on what's happened this morning, we're running somewhere in the 400, a little over 400 employees today, and we will add about 200 in this, brings us to about a little over 600.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that you'll be keeping the employees who want to stay on, and that their benefits will remain the same, or in the case of one of the insurance packages actually decrease, right?
Well, you see it in southern Nevada, but I can assure you in rural Nevada areas, Fallon and Fernley and some of the smaller communities, the workforce in our industry is harder and harder to keep and maintain. So that's an important part of a transaction like this is you need the employees to come across and be a part of it. They're the ones that know the patrons, and it's a key part of what's going on in the industry today. It's changing.
That's good to hear. And you said that you think that this transaction will be seamless, even though you're acquiring six, right? Four?
We have 6.
4 casinos and 2 convenience stores that are restricted locations.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
So 6 new locations, you believe that it will be seamless, partly because you're local, and you know the area, you're keeping the same staff on board. And are there other reasons why, you believe that this acquiring
I can drive from any one of, or from my house to any one of these locations in an hour, and will be that evening. So we're pretty hands-on in the north. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you for that. And did you talk about your restructuring? I'm sorry, in between the various alarms, I may have missed something, but did you talk about your restructuring of management responsibilities?
Yeah, not dramatically. Pete, who has been with us for quite some time, Pete McHugh, will be more hands-on on these new assets coming on. I've had a long history in the industry, and with the 6 properties that we have today, with the management teams at each one of them, Pete will have probably that type of a stronger relationship and day-to-day activities at the new properties, especially as we get to understand them better. As you know, once a deal is signed, before the transition, we really can't get too involved in what the current management and ownership does and how they operate their business. That's their responsibility. So the first 90 days to probably the first 90 days to 6 months, we spend a lot of time talking to the employees, talking to the patrons, understanding how they operate, and start looking at how do you improve their operations going forward. So it takes, at least the first 90 days, you spend a lot of time in there going, asking questions. So
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Mr. Zoni is well known to the Nevada Gaming Commission. He was first licensed back in 1998, I believe. found suitable. Agent Chamberlain, Special Agent Chamberlain noted she submitted a very fine report, by the way. No derogatory information, no areas of concern. I have found neither any concerns or information of any concern to me. The only question I have is, are you comfortable with the 4 conditions that are listed?
If I may, Judge, there's a couple of things happening with the conditions, so just so the records.
2 to be removed and then 4 to be
Yeah,
added.
we have 2 that we requested removal at Rail City that were really all about Affinity Gaming being a private investment company, and it had to do with distributions to unlicensed investors. So that has nothing to do with us. So we requested the removal of those. And we are comfortable with the other conditions on the properties.
Great.
No issues.
Excellent. That's all I have. And thanks for being here, Mr. Zoni. I'm honored to support your application.
If these applications are approved by the Gaming Commission, you said that'd be a total of 10 casino locations that your company will have. How many of those are Group 1?
I think right now we have 4, so we would be at 5.
5.
Yeah.
Group 1.
Group 1s. Yeah,
Okay.
the others are Group 2s, but we hope to get them to Group 1s.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
That is the goal.
Exactly.
Good.
And most of our procedures internally that we operate, we try to run everything for continuity of our team between audit and everything. We try to run everything as a Group 1.
Yeah.
It's just easier.
Good. And in terms of compliance, there's not a mandatory compliance plan, but how do you handle compliance with that many casinos?
Main thing is standardization of procedures, especially at smaller stores as you have turnover and such. Our finance department handles a lot of the compliance side of it. Knowing that this transaction was going to be moving forward, we've added a vice president of finance to the group that has a long background in gaming. Most recently was with the Nugget and Sparks that in its transition. So he was with the Marnell Group before, so a long history in it, understands it. We've done pretty well.
Good.
Yeah.
And I'm not at a point at all, for the record, of requiring a compliance committee, but it's something that you and your council may want to think about. It gives us a greater comfort level to know that a company that has this many locations has a group that's getting together on a routine basis to go through all the things that better for you to talk about before then we start talking about them. So something for you all to think about. And with your experience and background in the gaming industry, I'm sure you can consider that with your team and Mr. Alonso. Also, Mr. Alonso, I know you submitted a letter to the board regarding NGC Regulation 3.070 analysis regarding multiple licensing criteria. You don't need to go through all that, but for the record, can you give us a synopsis on why you believe these acquisitions fit within the parameters of 3.070?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. And I'm working off of the letter I sent to Senior Agent Chamberlain back in July 17th.
Correct.
And as you can tell from that letter and the attachment, and there was a lot of information, a lot of work put into this analysis just because of what it asks for. And I'll caveat that we did not include Rail City in the analysis other than the statewide numbers, because it really wasn't relevant to the analysis. There's 2 properties in Washoe County, an existing property at the Gold Ranch and Rail City, but they're on I-80. That's the only thing they have in common. They're pretty far apart. And so we focused on the Lyon County because that's where I think the 3070 analysis is important. And so I'll try to do this quickly and then stand for any questions. But in terms of what 3070 requests, I'll just cover like items 1 and 2 very quickly on the ability of the management team to handle the transactions. And I think you can tell from the experience level of Mr. Zoni, Mr. McHugh, Mr. Benninger, Sherry Shannon, Kelly Moxley is the new Vice President of Finance, and Patrick Michael, who is the General Manager down here. They have an existing executive team that is very experienced and And then with all the employees that they're taking on as well at the properties, I mean, there's assistant managers, there are people in finance and accounting, there's all of those functions are there. And so I don't think that's an issue from a 3070 analysis. Under item 3, that's about whether or not you're doing an interlinked casino system or existing properties. These are obviously existing properties. Other than CapEx in the near term, we don't have any plans for additional development or expansion of the existing operations. And there may be something there, but that Mr. Zoni can correct me on. The continuity of operation, I think we've covered that in the sense of the team and who's there. We don't have any ownership interests in any of the competing companies. And then sort of when you get into 7 and 8, that's where the analysis comes down to. And I want to talk about the geographical location basis, right? The reg focuses on statewide, countywide, and geographical location, which is important to this discussion. I think important to any 3070 discussion. What is the relevant marketplace, right? Because that's what antitrust looks at. What is the relevant marketplace? And so I think that's what the reg sort of focuses on, the geographical location. And so when you get into this analysis on total slot machines on a statewide basis, I'm not going to really get into that very much because, as you can tell, it's a tiny amount. Lyon County, you get into the percentage of slot machines will be 58%. So you're getting into a bigger number. But we believe, based on our experience in that market, we've been in that market for some time now, that the relevant marketplace is really the Carson Valley area, which includes Lyon, Churchill County, mainly in Fallon, and the Carson Valley area in the Gaming Control Board's GRR report. And when you get to that and look at that radius, you're talking about less than 20% in terms of slot machines. Games really isn't something to talk about, table games, because we just don't have them. And these are primarily slot casinos. And so there's not really much discussion to have on games or tables. We don't have anything that's significant in terms of inter-casino link systems. When you get into gross revenue, again, it's very similar to the slot machine discussion. Statewide, not an issue. Lyon County, 66% all in with these locations. But the geographical location, which again is that Carson Valley area in your quarterly reports, is again below 20%. And the same thing with the percentage gaming tax. Live entertainment tax or casino entertainment tax really is, it's zeros. They don't have it. Same with the rooms. And as Mr. Zoni said, and we had this report as of July, approximately a total of 591 employees when the transactions closed, adding 211 employees. That number is obviously can fluctuate a little bit. We're at 600. Total payroll will almost double from 8.7 million to 16 million. And then you get into sort of the question 8, will this create a monopoly? And I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think the numbers bear out that that's not the issue. And we're primarily talking about gaming here, right? There's a restaurant and bar at each of these locations. We're really talking about gaming. So the company is very limited on what it can do, right? It can tighten up the machines, and in that competitive marketplace, it can tighten them up within what the Gaming Control Board allows, right, which would all be legal. But if they make those kinds of changes, it's going to be to their own detriment because there's plenty of competitors in that marketplace. Lyon County doesn't have a resort hotel requirement. That's reserved for Washoe and Clark County. They also don't have, to my knowledge, any special requirements for a non-restricted casino. Some of the other local jurisdictions outside of Washoe and Clark have room requirements, but Lyon County does not. So it's not that difficult for somebody else, a competitor, to come in and start a non-restricted operation in Lyon County. You really don't have the barriers to entry that you would have in Clark or Washoe or maybe some of the other jurisdictions like Carson City or Wendover. So we don't think that's an issue on these transactions. And we feel like we meet the requirements of 307 and don't pose any problems for the state or these communities. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board members may have.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Alonso. You certainly went through in detail your letter of July 17th to Senior Agent Chamberlain, your analysis, and thank you for putting that on the record today. 3070 is important to the state of Nevada, as you mentioned, that we need to be careful about somebody controlling a small jurisdiction and making it not a feasible place for business and for the customer. But I feel very comfortable, having read your analysis and heard what you put on the record today, that these acquisitions will not do that. So I believe you've met the requirements of 3070 in your analysis. So I thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions regarding any of the applications from board members?
I do not have any further questions, but with regard to the 3.070 analysis, I too am comfortable after having read the letter and which was reflected in your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. With regard to 3070, let the market handle itself. Free markets, free enterprise, Milton Friedman all the way, Let's just welcome any competition that wants to come in. I don't see any problem with the presentation or the situation that you've described. I'm in full support of the application.
Thank you, Judge.
Is it my understanding you'll be keeping the same casino names on these properties?
Correct. They all have good histories and are well known by their patrons.
Great, thank you. I didn't have any further questions. So, Mr. Alonso, anything else you want to add?
I've been doing this long enough to quit when I'm ahead, so I'm going to quit when I'm ahead and just say thank you, and hopefully you'll make a recommendation for approval to the commission.
Thank you. And the judge has already asked you about the conditions, removing conditions and adding conditions, and you said you understand those and agree with them, so we don't need to go through that anymore. Therefore, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 3.
I will go ahead and make that motion. I move to recommend approval of the applications in non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions and conditions to be removed from Plantation Investments LLC doing business as Rail City Casino. The distribution is limited to $175 million, must be derived solely from excess cash and not from debt, and be completed within 6 months of the Nevada Gaming Commission approval pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080. The waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in connection with the approval granted in December 2022 for a distribution shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in December 2023. Those conditions are to be removed and to be added to Plantation Investments LLC doing business as Rail City Casino, Carson Plains Investments LLC doing business as Carson Plains Casino, Silver Strike Investments LLC doing business as Silver Strike Casino, and Silverado Casino Investments LLC doing business as Silverado Casino. The manufacturer's license is limited to the modification of machines that are or have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modifications shall be limited to operational configuration changes such as replacement of the pre-approved component with another pre-approved component or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play of the device. And the distributor's license is limited to the acquisition of machines to be utilized in or the distribution of machines which have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and to be added to the following entities: to Carson Plains Investments LLC doing business as Carson Plains Casino, Silver Strike Investments LLC doing business as Silver Strike Casino, and Silverado Casino Investments LLC doing business as Silverado Casino. The surveillance system must be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. Also to be added to Carson Plains Investments LLC doing business as Carson Plains Market and Silverado Gas, and C Investments LLC doing business as Silverado Chevron. The surveillance system and or mirrors must be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. The distributor license is limited to an individual sale or, I'm sorry, I think I just went into conditions for the next one, or is that it? Is anybody following that?
Yeah, the last one was the one.
The surveillance system.
Yeah, the surveillance system. Yours must be maintained at or above the standard.
Okay, yes. So can we, we'll end it there. Is that good for the record from the AG's office at the surveillance system condition?
Yes, it's clear what conditions are being removed and added for your motion.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Member Watkins. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck to
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thanks for your support.
Thank you all for being here. Good luck. Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted item number 4.
Unrestricted number 4 is the application of Dan Morphey Auctions LLC for licensure as a distributor and the application pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 463.650 subsection 10 to exempt Daniel Edward Morphey, Paul Hole Resnick, Benjamin Ebner Resnick, Thomas Albert Holworthy, and PPK Investment Group LLC from the individual manager and member licensing requirements of Nevada Revised Statute 463.5735. Lastly, you have the request to withdraw the application of Victorian Casino Antiques, Inc., doing business as Morphey Auctions Las Vegas for licensure as a distributor.
Morning, Mr. Erga.
Still morning.
It is.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, William Erga of the law firm of Jolly Erga, Woodbury and Holthus. To my right is Thomas Tolsworthy, the CEO of Dan Morphey Auctions. This is kind of an unusual application. It's an application for a distributor's license, but it's limited to only selling antique gaming devices under 463.650. We really don't have any formal presentation to make. We have seen the conditions that Agent Justin Schweitzer sent to us, or sent to me on September 7th, and we are in agreement with those. Hopefully there's not been changes that I'm not aware of, but and then we're also seeking waiver of having the other gentleman and the company having waived their licensing requirements under 463.5785. As indicated, they're also withdrawing the Victoria Antiques. That was the original entity that was doing these sales of the antique machines. And Mr. Tolsworthy can talk about it. They stopped at that, and now they're coming back to Las Vegas to, again, operate and sell these antique devices, which are all machines that were before 1961. And I first time I did this, I brought a couple of the little games up and everything. There weren't machines. You can't believe some of the gaming things that they had back in the early 1900s here in Nevada. It was very interesting. Anyway, we don't have any presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Erga. And yeah, the application is a little bit unusual, but luckily we have the benefit of when this was done 5 years ago in front of the board and the commission. So it made it very helpful having that transcript and going through the process. I am, first of all, going to say on the record that we appreciate the fact that you, Mr. Tolworthy, and your company has come before the board to bring this application rather than our enforcement division having to go out to an auction and say, did you go to the game control board before you had this auction? So you're doing everything in the right order. You did it in the right order 5 years ago, and you're doing it in the right order now in 2023. Could you tell us a little bit about why your companies decided to come back to the Nevada market in 2023?
Sure.
Introduce yourself, please, for the record.
Oh, my name is Thomas Tolworthy, Tom. I'm the CEO of the company. I joined the company in June of 2019, roughly 2 months after they closed Victorian Casino Antiques, of which I was a customer for many, many years. I was a collector. That's how I got to know Dan Morphey. Used to come out here and shop in those auctions and buy things for my collection. I joined the company in June. I became CEO in November. And I would tell you, that based on my experience in my professional career, had I been on board prior to the closing of Victorian Casino Antiques, it would have stayed. I would have been able to make it more profitable, show the purpose of its existence in two separate locations between Denver, Pennsylvania and here, and why it was important to the growth of the company. But that management capability didn't exist at the time. Dan Morphey had purchased Venetian Casino Antiques and I think 2016, maybe 2017. Then they turned right around and he bought James Julia auction house in Maine, which were primarily firearms, leveraged the company with a significant amount of debt. And the operation out here that was running two auctions a year, sometimes three. And from an overhead perspective, the easy way to explain it is you had full-time overhead and part-time income. And that never works in the business world that I grew up in. And so they made the decision to close it. Right now, the growth of the company is somewhat dependent upon expanding its facility and capability of being able to run more auctions. And so rather than create a larger chunk of overhead in Pennsylvania, coming back here makes a lot of sense because when they left, they alienated the West Coast. Completely different customer out here. And I was able to show Dan, based on my experience, and we collect all our data by customers, the amount of great customers we had that came here to shop for their collection that haven't purchased anything from us since we closed. And there was a gentleman with a very large, this is anecdotal, but a gentleman with a very large collection lives down in Temecula, California, told me, I'll take my entire collection down to the lobby of the Best Western and sell it before I'll send it to Denver, Pennsylvania. So a lot of these big collectors are very upset that we left here. So it's a strategic move, but it's also very dependent upon the growth of the company for us to have multiple locations and the ability to run auctions simultaneously. I can't get more than 365 days a year, 52 weeks. We run 17, 18 auctions a year. And if I want to get to 20, 22, 23, I need to have multiple locations. So we're excited about coming back to Las Vegas.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm glad to hear there's still a market here in Vegas as well as the East Coast and the West Coast. What kind of venues did you use back in 2018, and what venues are you looking towards in 2023 and going forward?
Well, we had a location on Arville, kind of catty corner to the Orleans Casino, was where Victorian Casino operated. We assumed that position back in the late 1900s, or late 1900s. I'm still old slot machines. Back in 2019, and then we were lucky enough when we started looking for a location. The person that had taken over that lease had given their notice on the Monday that we contacted the landlord. So we're going right back into the same location that we were in operating before.
You have the auctions there at your leased property.
Yes.
Yeah. And how many
and
people?
Storage is there too.
Yeah. How many people usually show up for an auction? I know it's been 5 years, but how many did you have back in 2018?
The next auction that we're planning there'll be well over 100, 150 people there.
Great. Good. Well, I'm very intrigued to have read the application and the background of the company, as well as the other auctions that your company does. And your business background is very impressive. All the things you've been CEO of in businesses outside of gaming is very impressive, and glad to hear that you want to be involved in gaming in the state of Nevada.
Thank you, sir.
Member Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Tolworthy?
Yes, so it's my understanding you won't be making sales to Nevada licensees.
I'm sorry. I won't be making sales
to Nevada
licensees.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, we will not be making sales.
Okay. And our enforcement division will be notified prior to sales.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Judge, questions?
No, just a comment or two. Thanks for being here, Mr. Tolworthy. Did you come in from Pennsylvania or?
Yes, I did fly here last night from Pennsylvania, and I would like to apologize to the board for my lack of proper attire. The only thing I can tell you is it's been a very busy month, and I'm trying to move in a new house. All my belongings are in 8 storage units in Pennsylvania, And I grabbed the suitcase I thought was properly prepared for me to be here and found out at 11 o'clock last night I did not have my tie and sport coat, so I apologize.
Well,
No
we-
worries.
We appreciate that, but that's totally fine. You're
When I heard that, I said, you might want to tell that. That sounds like a weird way to go.
You're dressed how I want to dress. I want to take this tie off, so I think you're completely fine.
Yeah, and I'm happy to welcome you back to Nevada. Special Agent Schweitzer did an excellent job in the report, very thorough, very complete. So no concerns, just the 3 conditions, and I'm happy to support the application.
Thank him. He did an excellent job, very professional.
I would like to thank him also. He was very helpful in helping guide us and understanding the timing situation we're dealing with. He was most beneficial to us. Thank you.
Great. And for the record, this is just a distributor license. You understand to be a manufacturer's license would be required if you try to do any tinkering with these machines. But my understanding is these machines are quite old and the collectors like them for the condition they're in. You're not modifying anything. There's no electronics involved because these are all pre-1961 machines.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And you're speaking to the man that will make sure that happens.
Very good. Thank you. And then Mr. Ergo, just one last question. The request to exempt all the individuals from NRS 463.650 sub 10 actually includes every individual. I understand why the completely passive investors, very reasonable to ask them to be waived, but explain to me why Mr. Morphey, who is the managing member of the company, should be waived, and Mr. Tolworthy, who is the CEO. Why should the commission consider waiving those 2 gentlemen, if you would put that on the record?
Tolworthy wasn't involved in 2018, but I think Mr. Morphey was, and I believe, I've gone by memory, it was waived then too.
He was, correct.
I think it's because you're looking at a very.
Pull the mic over a little bit for,
Sorry.
just so we catch it all on the
You're-
record.
You're looking at a very unique situation. We're not selling to licensees. We're not selling to be in business of selling, new gaming machines. We're in business selling something that is ancient. So I think going through that expense and that process is probably not appropriate or necessary at this point, because every time there's a sale, we have to notify gaming so they know exactly what's going on. And the games are going to somebody's house or some other place that it will not be used. So it's just an expense situation from that standpoint. If, somehow they get into another business, we may be looking at it. But I mean, this is, like he says, selling at an auction old time, what is defined as antiques.
Thank you for that, and thank you for putting it on the record. I'm comfortable with that explanation, but I appreciate you putting it on the record because generally, as you know, the commission wouldn't waive a managing member or a CEO if it wasn't a very unusual situation and didn't involve the Nevada gaming industry licensees. So selling to them, being involved with distribution of them would be a different scenario. So certainly if you decide that that's what your company want to do, then you should just get a hold of our investigations division, but it doesn't sound like it's your business model. And finally, let me ask you, Mr. Tolworthy, the statute for Nevada defining what an antique gaming device slot machine is used to be 1951. It was moved up to 1961, but that was done several years ago. Where do you think antique slot machines sit in your clientele and you being a collector? Is 61 a decent cutoff? I don't know where they came up with that year, whether it was arbitrary or there was a lot of thought put into it, but as a collector yourself, where do you think an antique belongs?
I think 1960 is 100% appropriate.
Yeah. Is that based on things being more electronic after the 60s, or is why would you say that 61 would be a defining year?
The movement from electromechanical to fully electronic, the ability to stack betting, the ability to adjust and what do I want to add to that? To adjust or to control the payout portions of the slot machines began to make great advancements come the early 1960s. And as collectors, you know, we like the fact that a penny slot machine can only take one at a time. You can't load $350 worth of it. And so it's put a penny in and crank the handle. So you start moving into a different era to where you could maybe somebody would make a case that that's different because I have seen them in houses. We just had I was telling Bill, I got an email last night from a customer wanting to give me 40 slot machines and as a rule for us to sell. And I said, as a rule, if it's got a cord hanging out of the back of it, I'm not interested in it because then I got to research the serial numbers, figure out the actual, manufacturer's date, make sure I'm compliant, and at least I know if there's no cord hanging out of the back of it, it's never electric. I'm probably pre-1955. So.
Yeah. Very interesting. Thank you.
Well, since you asked the question, we'll keep looking and see if we can move that date up. All right.
Well, good. That's why I'm interested. Is the collector group, where do they think an antique sits? And, if it makes sense, if it does move up, then we'd have to go to the legislature to look at changing that. But your cord analogy is very interesting. Thank you. All right. Any other questions or comments from board members?
I don't have any further questions, comments, or concerns, but thank you for providing us with that insight.
Thank you for having me.
I have no further questions.
Great. Then, Mr. Urga, if you don't have anything to add, we'd be ready for a motion.
I don't.
Great. We take a motion then on this non-restricted item number 4.
I will make that motion, Chair.
Mic on.
I'll go ahead and make that motion, Chair. We just need one motion on this. Is that correct?
I think
Or do we need-
there's 3.
I believe I indicated we would accept the conditions.
There's a
They have
request
said
to
that.
withdraw, so we need 2 motions. Okay, I was wondering why I put that in there. All right, thank you. So I'll go ahead and make this in 2 motions if that's
Great.
okay.
Yeah, so let's do the request to withdraw first. How does that sound?
Okay, that sounds good. So I move to accept the request to withdraw without prejudice.
Victorian Casino Antiques Inc. DBA Morphey Auctions, correct?
Yes.
Great. All right, Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. That motion to withdraw passes. Now motion on the application and the application pursuant to NRS 463-650.
I move to recommend approval of the applications and non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Ruber pursuant to the following conditions. The distributor license is limited to an individual sale or an auction of consigned antique gaming devices that meet the definition of antique gaming devices and set forth within NRS 463.650. 13A and Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 14.3201. Dan Morphey Auctions LLC must ensure compliance with Regulation 14.170 and 14.180 and must submit an ENF 126 form to the Enforcement Division for each purchaser of a device. If the application form is not denied within 5 working days after the Enforcement Division received date, the application is deemed approved. The distributor license is granted for the limited purpose of the distribution of antique gaming devices within the state of Nevada, with distribution allowed outside of the state to legal jurisdictions. Dan Morphey Auctions LLC shall not use the license for any other purpose nor represent that it has received a full distributor license from the state of Nevada.
Thank you. And I believe before we call for the vote, I also want to put on the record that we didn't get into it too deeply, but we do have a complete investigative report from the agents, as you mentioned, regarding the company itself, and personal investigations on all of the members. We didn't go through them individually because we're waiving them being licensed pursuant to NRS 463.5735. However, for the record, it should be clear that all the board members had detailed personal background investigations on all of those individuals. And I didn't have any questions, so and I didn't hear the other board members have questions. And I just wanted to be sure that was clear on the record. Any other questions, Judge or Member Watkins?
Nothing for me.
Neither do I.
Great. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, bringing us to non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Eclipse Route Operations LLC doing business as Eclipse Gaming, doing business at Jackpot Joni's Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only.
Good morning. How are you? Actually, we just passed. We're into good afternoon.
I was just looking at that. I wasn't going to correct you, Mr. Chairman.
It's been a long morning. Thank you for sitting through with us.
No, again, thank you for having us, and a couple of really interesting applications. So I was glad to be in the audience listening very closely. Mr. Chairman, J.T. Moran III with the firm of Clark Hill, 1700 Pavilion on behalf of Mr. Ronald Winchell with Eclipse Route Operations. I have the pleasure of representing Mr. Winchell, who has been my friend for upwards of 40 years. Ron and I went to grade school together, and we've been working together professionally now for the last couple of years. And to see what Ron has done, I'm going to turn the mic over to him and let him talk to you a little bit about what his plan is for Nye County and this new property. But to look at his personal financials and to look at his business financials and suitability, and to work with him through investigative related work, and to see what he's built over a course of time is nothing short of amazing. We're looking at this point, this would be, if approved, his 35th license. I think we have 5. This would be our 6th non-restricted license. And I believe that we have in December 2 Class 1 non-restricted licenses coming before your tribunal and the Gaming Commission's tribunal as well. Before I turn the mic over to Mr. Winchell to discuss some of the ins and outs again about the business and what he has planned, I would feel remiss not to mention where it starts and where it ends for gaming, which is with your investigative division, Chief Hoffman and his team, Mr. Rippey, Deputy Chief Allen. Our agents assigned were Agents Widmar and Bartholomew, both best and brightest, know the landscape, know the players, know the rules and regulations. And it's pretty black and white when you get into investigative work with those particular agents. So wanted to note appreciation of both of those agents, but also the team in general. What Chief Hoffman's doing over there is, again, also nothing short of amazing. With that, Mr. Chairman, again, good to see you, Judge Assad, and also Member Watkins, Madam Executive Secretary. I'll turn the microphone over to Mr. Winchell for the meat of the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Moran. Welcome, Mr. Winchell.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm the applicant, Ron Winchell. I can give you guys a kind of a quick overview of the transaction, or the location, if you will. It's a pretty simple location as it sits today. 50 machine location located in Pahrump. I think, the important part is what I'm going to do with it going forward. My plans are to expand this, undergo an expansion within the next 12 months. That expansion will basically double the footprint of the building. We'll bring the gaming positions to about 130 positions, expand the bar area, expand the restaurant area, keep all existing employees, probably add some at the end of the day. And when complete, this will be a fully renovated facility that should make it a lot more competitive in the marketplace. That's the basic overview. I'm happy to answer any questions you have in regards to that.
Thank you for that. Glad to hear that you have big plans for this. Glad to hear that you not only are keeping the employees, but going to add to the employee base in that important community in the state of Nevada. So thank you for that. Mr. Moran mentioned how many locations you have. How many Jackpot Joni's are there now?
I think of the 34 operating ones, we have 25 Jackpot Joni's.
25. So the total number of restricted locations is how many?
Sure. We've got currently 5 non-restricted, 34 total. So
okay,
29.
Great. Well, that's interesting. And you probably heard me mention earlier at some point, and not going to make this mandatory, not going to make it a condition on your license, but when you get that many licensees involved. There's just a lot going on. I know you've been in this business for a very long time and have a strong support from your executive and management group, but it may be something you want to think about from a compliance committee standpoint. If you don't already have one in place, it's just easier if your crew is answering questions on a month-to-month basis by being forced to come together and go through a list of things that may pop up, better than us coming down and asking, did you see this happen? So
Yeah, correct. We've had a lot of conversations with our existing management lately in that regard.
Good. So great to hear. I didn't have other questions. Member Watkins, did you have questions?
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
You're planning to install Eclipse's gaming player reward system, is that right?
Correct.
And as for the renovations there, how long do you plan on that taking?
I anticipate we'll be complete within 12 months. We're just in the design process right now and working on building permits and stuff like that.
And you're estimating to get started between 6 months to a year?
I'd say probably within 6 months.
Okay.
I would hope.
Thank you.
Judge, questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Winchell. Great to see you here. He's got over 24 years of gaming experience in Nevada. Excellent report by Eric Bartholomew. He notes there were no concerns, no derogatory information. Basically going to triple almost the number of machines. Glad to see more people will be able to go to work out there in Pahrump. It's great for that community. And the conditions, you're all comfortable with the conditions that are listed?
Yes, that is correct, Member
Great.
Saad.
I'm happy to support this application.
We appreciate it. And just as a one point of clarification, currently the location is operating with 50, and I believe that the discussions with your staff was to make an approval for 130 at this point in time. And then if we were to go above and beyond the 130, we would obviously come back and request administrative approvals through the chair or his designee at that specific point in time.
That's correct. And that would be one of the conditions that would go along with the motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
thank you for putting that on the record, Mr. Moran. Mr. Winchell, how's the horse racing business doing?
That's a pretty good business right now for us. I have a lot of racehorses, but for most people, it's not a business. For me, I operate it as a business. So
Yeah.
it's good.
How many horses do you have now?
About 150.
Wow, that's great.
50 in training. So
Great. And how are your businesses doing outside of Nevada, gaming businesses?
fantastic. I mean, we've got about 2,000 HHR games in 4 facilities in Kentucky, and those do fantastic. And we're just constantly looking to expand in that department as well.
How much of your time is spent in Nevada versus at those other properties?
Majority of time is Nevada, but in Kentucky, I'm there probably once or twice a month, usually in and out pretty quick.
And how many races do you go to a year?
As many of the big ones as I can.
That's great. Yeah, congratulations on the success with all of that as well. I didn't have anything else, so if other board members didn't have any questions beyond that or other comments, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 6.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. The number of slot machines is limited to 130, and the number may not be increased without the prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. The surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. A key employee application for the position of general manager must be filed within 60 days of this approval and thereafter refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
One more right at the top there. The location is limited to the operation of the slot machine.
And the final approval, the final condition would be the location is limited to the operation of slot machines only.
Very good. So we had a total of
4
conditions.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
bringing us to our final non-restricted item number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Points Casino number 211 for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only.
Morning.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hendrick.
Or good afternoon. Thank you. I wish it was still morning.
I know.
We're moving along.
They were interesting items, though. I agree with Mr. Moran.
Great.
Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary, my name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. I'm before you today on non-restricted item number 7, which is NRSI's application for Points Casino number 211. I'd like to start off by expressing a large amount of gratitude to the Investigation Division for not only this application, but the preceding applications that have come over the last 3 years. This is a location that's non-conforming under Clark County's code, and therefore we had to do a number of one-day openings to keep the non-conforming use alive. I'm happy to announce that if this application is approved, this would be the final application and we would be permanently open. Specifically, I'd like to thank Agent Amber Dastrup. I understand she may have left the board in Investigative Division recently, but she worked on these applications for the preceding 3 years and was very helpful. Supervisor David Bradley assisted with finishing this application up, and he was also very helpful.
Great.
If approved, the location would offer 127 slot machines, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. What is your expected opening date or opening week or month? How tightly can you guesstimate for us what the opening day will be?
The estimated opening date is November 20th.
20th. Great. And as you said, you went through several one-day openings. The last one was it the summer?
It was June of 22 was the
22, last summer.
Last summer.
Gotcha. Very good. But won't need another extension because we're ready to open.
That's correct, Chairman.
Great. Glad to hear that. I didn't have other questions. I appreciate you being here. Very happy to see that this location will be up and running for that community. Member Watkins, do you have questions, comments?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I too am happy to see this location will be up and running, and congratulations. I don't have any questions or concerns.
Thank you.
Judge Assad?
No questions, no concerns. Happy to see you again.
Nice to see you.
And good luck with this location. I know you're going to have some challenges out there, but I'm sure you'll be prepared for it with security and so forth. So
certainly.
Great. I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you.
And you've seen the conditions that are proposed for the license?
Yes.
You're in agreement with all those?
No concerns with any of the conditions.
Great. All right, then did you have anything else you need to add for the board?
No, just thank you. And as I can't think of his last name, but as Mike said here, you got to quit while you're ahead. So I'll let it rest.
Always good strategy. Great.
Mr. Alonso. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, we need a motion for this, correct?
Correct.
All right, then let's take a motion on non-restricted item number 7.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. The location is limited to the operation of slot machines only. The number of slot machines is limited to 134, and the number may not be increased without the prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee. Prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, the surveillance system must be installed, inspected, and approved by the NGCB Enforcement Division, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
All right, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chair Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our non-restricted agenda items. We are at 12:17. I think the next item is patron disputes. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, let's go ahead and unless the board members need a break, let's take the patron dispute and then Chief Hoffman, if it's okay with you, I'd like to move the division report till after restricted items. Would that be all right?
It's like you read my mind.
Okay, good. Everybody's getting ready for lunch. All right, let's go ahead, Madam Secretary, and read into the record the patron dispute.
You have one casino player dispute appeal. That item is Casablanca Resort and Casino versus Ron Wilson. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I had the opportunity to read through the hearing officer's report and recommendation, as well as all of the background material. And I will say for the record that, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Tomaso for being here and for your comments during public comment. Personally, for me, this is an interesting question. It's more of a policy question, as Mr. Tomaso put on the record during public comment, than it is a what you would normally see in a casino player dispute appeal, a question about a machine malfunctioning, a question about a type of play. This is really more of a legal question about whether or not somebody who has been trespassed from a licensed gaming establishment can somehow sneak back in and play again to the point of winning, and whether or not historically the Nevada Gaming Control Board has determined that that patron, even though they are a trespass patron, should be allowed to accept their winnings. I'm very interested in hearing what my colleagues on the board have to say today, but I will say, after reading through the record, this one's a close one for me, because it is our duty to be fair and equitable, both the operator and the patron, in any patron dispute. There are very valid policy reasons on both sides of this matter. The board has a long history, as Mr. Tomaso pointed out, of requiring that patrons be paid if they win a jackpot. That is, as Mr. Tomaso also pointed out, not set forth in statute. It's not set forth in regulation. It's a matter of policy that certainly predates me being on this board. It's happened for quite some time. I know years, if not decades, and paying the patron has been where the policy of the state of Nevada and the board has leaned. And I would say that that's a good policy. Paying the patron if they win is just as important, because otherwise you need to be sure that the operators determine that some of that burden is on the operator to decide if they've made the decision to terminate and trespass a patron, that they need to be sure they are following through on their own personal decision. I would say that probably most operators don't determine that if a trespasser has lost on a game or has spent money at a property and then they trespass that patron, that the operator wouldn't then go and track down the trespasser to be sure they got paid back everything they lost before they were escorted off the property. So again, there is a duty upon the operator to be sure that winners get paid and losers have to deal with the consequences. So I don't believe Nevada wants a reputation where scofflaws are welcome in our state. And by the same token, if they are allowed to play in a casino having been trespassed, the policy of the state is very firm that we've paid them. Again, I would say that Mr. Tomaso has raised very valid concerns. And I believe during the balancing test, though, I am leaning toward the historical policy of the Gaming Control Board to pay out a patron even though they were a prior trespassee. Otherwise, someone could lose their money for hours, if not an entire day. A big win comes along, and then they are told, well, you can't have the winnings, but they're not told, we will go back and figure out what your losses were and make them whole before they were trespassed again outside the property. Perhaps the appropriate remedy in these matters lies in the civil courts. Perhaps it lies in an aggrieved operator going to a district attorney and asking that a repeat offender be prosecuted, asking a judge for real jail time along with restitution to the gaming operator. I will agree, though, that Mr. Tomaso stated that we don't want to burden the courts with these either. The criminal courts have enough to do. So I believe the proper forum for the bigger picture is, as Mr. Tomaso mentioned, we're having a regulatory workshop later this month on the 18th regarding the enforcement division. And I think this conversation in a bigger picture is ripe for being there and determining with all the operators what they think the policy of the state of Nevada should be on such matters. So I would encourage all operators to attend that workshop and provide input on the matter, as well as any other enforcement matters that may be suitable for that workshop. But in the totality of looking at the record on this particular matter, my personal feeling is to go with the policy that the board has had for many years, and that is the patron should be paid. And I am interested in hearing what my fellow board members have to say. Member Watkins, do you have something that you'd like to add regarding this matter?
Yes, I do. In general, I agree with you in that I think there are valid policy concerns on both sides. So this issue is not necessarily clear. But I too think that the long history and precedent of our decisions in the past is something that I want to remain consistent with. And I think that the licensee was aware of that policy at the time that this occurred. So we're not changing what the status quo is. I also think that it is only fair to do this because, as you mentioned, I don't think that they're going to go track down the losses of a patron if they find him having gambled at the casino after he's been trespassed. So in fairness, I think it would be unjust to allow the licensee to keep both the winnings and the losses. And it's important to have that burden on the casino to if they trespass someone, then to make sure that patron is not entering the premises and then gambling. So I think that's the right policy, despite that it does use court resources and our law enforcement resources. And also, we don't want to encourage crime either. But on the balance of things, I think keeping the policy consistent is the right thing to do.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Nicole, did you read, can you read the last line?
You're right, I got mixed up. It's the hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision awarding payment be affirmed.
Yeah, it's noticed as a denying of payment. I wonder if that's an open meeting law violation.
No, the agenda says awarding.
Okay, so that's fine. So anyways, I just think it's bad policy. And just because the policy has been on the books for a number of years, doesn't mean it's good policy. We had the policy years ago during World War II to lock up 200,000 or 300,000 Japanese people. And that was the policy of the federal government for many, many years. Thank God that policy got overturned. Plessy versus Ferguson, 1896, said separate but equal facilities was a good policy. Blacks couldn't drink from a water fountain or go into a restaurant or go to public school with whites. That policy was on the book for 58 years till Brown v. Board of Education, Topeka, Kansas case, 1954. Thank God that case got overturned. That was horrible policy. So just because something is on the books for a period of time under policy, it's not a written policy either. It's just a unwritten policy. Doesn't mean it should be followed. It's a bad policy to encourage people to continue illegal activity by not preventing, well, let's say by allowing the payment to go forth to someone who's been trespassed, as in this case, 7 times. You're just enticing these people to keep coming in, and they're going to keep coming and coming and coming. I think the policy should be to discourage that type of illegal activity, That's one of the reasons why we have a policy or a statute really preventing minors from getting paid. So if minors were to sneak into a casino and get paid, or try to get paid, they wouldn't be able to. So that's good policy because you don't want to encourage minors to break the law. You don't want to encourage someone in the black book to break the law. What if someone in the black book sneaks in the list of unwanted people? They get into a casino illegally because they're in the black book, and the casino can also be charged with a gross misdemeanor, I believe. We're not going to pay someone in the black book, I hope. So I analogize this to someone who's in the black book, who walks into a casino, hits a jackpot and says, I want to get paid. I mean, if you're going to pay the trespasser, you'd have to pay the guy in the black book. So I think it's a good policy to not pay the trespasser, not pay the guy in the black book. And if they lose money, that's on them. They shouldn't be there in the first place. So I just don't want to reward bad behavior with a policy that encourages more illegal activity. And make no mistake about it, it's illegal activity. And as far as the argument that it's a contract, they don't have a contract if you don't have two meeting of the minds. They've already been told they're not allowed in the property. So you don't have a meeting of the minds, you don't have an offer, you don't have an acceptance, and you don't have consideration, which are the three elements for a valid contract. It's not a valid contract for a trespasser to walk into a casino and say, well, they let me in. Well, they didn't let you in. They just didn't happen to know you were in. And it's unrealistic to expect the casino to have a security guard at every door, checking everybody's ID, or to have facial recognition, which a lot of casinos can't even afford. Plus, nowadays, a lot of people walk into casinos wearing masks. So I just think the policy should be changed. So what I would like to do is maybe continue this until the 18th so that we can get more input from the entire industry and put this decision off until that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I'd comment a couple of things on what you mentioned, which I had some of the same thoughts, and I know Mr. Tomaso laid out some very interesting policy reasons. The Black Book analogy I don't see as the same, because when the Black Book entrant steps onto a gaming establishment, they've committed a gross misdemeanor. And I would say that I would be encouraging any district attorney in this state to prosecute that individual to the fullest extent of Nevada law. If the district attorney chose not to do so, I would be asking the Attorney General's office to take the case over. And so if there's anybody in the Black Book even contemplating walking on to a licensed establishment in Nevada, I would discourage that highly, because I would be looking for jail time for them. The operator, if they are not actively looking for those individuals on the Black Book, understanding that it is an unsuitable method of operation, if they knowingly allow a individual in the Nevada's list of excluded persons to enter their property, that's a little bit different, but they need to be actively looking for anybody that's in Nevada's list of excluded persons. I do believe your question about contractual is a very good point, and I would ask the Attorney General's office between now and our Enforcement Division workshop to look into the idea of whether or not a individual who's been trespassed from a property can contractually enter into an arrangement. It seems like it's an interesting question, because you usually, when you trespass, you come on to do something bad. Whereas in this situation, if you trespass, you're coming on to enter into a wager, some kind of betting arrangement. So I haven't done the research on that. It'd be good if the Office of the Attorney General saw if there was any analogous cases, either from our state or from another state. I will say, though, that personally for me, I am looking forward to the discussion at the appropriate time and the workshop that's publicly noticed for the Enforcement Division. But I'm prepared to vote today on this matter because I don't believe it would change my mind, regardless of what a regulatory, I won't say changes, regulatory enactment adoption may happen months from now. This matter is fully complete, and I believe the operator and the patron deserve a dispute resolution today. So I be absolutely willing to hear what the other members say, but I would be amenable to voting today. Member Watkins?
Thank you, Chair. I must say, Judge Assad, I don't disagree with much of what you said. I think much of what you said is fair, and I have the same policy concerns. It's just that on the balance of things, I think it weighs in favor of paying the employee for the reasons I previously stated. And prior to the chair weighing in on the Black Book comparison, I was going to ask the AG's office to weigh in. And I guess I will ask now, is there anything that you want to add, Mr. McKellar, in regard to the Black Book comparison?
I don't think so, Dr. Watkins. For Black Books, it's a gross misdemeanor. It's statewide from a person on the list of excluded persons even entering into a casino. So I think the distinctions noted by the chair are very apt.
Okay. And then with regard to continuing the matter, I just don't think that it would be fair here, given that this matter has been agendized and we have this on our plate to decide today, to be selective in deferring this until after the workshop. But I very much appreciate, Judge Assad, your comments and in that neither policy nor law are always correct or appropriate, in that just because something has been done for a long time doesn't mean it's right. And I think that is the reason why we will reevaluate whether our policy is correct at the workshop to come.
Thank you, Member Watkins. And I too echo your comments about what Member Assad has said about not just doing something because that's the way it's been done. I would say, though, that we want to be consistent. And this one is a very interesting one. Without a statute or a regulation, I believe the industry needs a bright line understanding of what it is. Colloquially, the industry has known that you pay the patron, but we need to put that into a real regulation or formal policy. Again, not something for today's agenda, but something I look forward to as an open discussion later in the month.
Yeah, I've asked the AG to draft some language for the workshop that into a reg that we can use to allow the casino to either have the discretion not to pay or make it mandatory that they do not pay. And then I hope the AG would also address the issue of the person in the Black Book who wants to get paid on a jackpot. I don't understand. It's a distinction without a difference. That's a gross misdemeanor. That the trespasser is also committing a crime, albeit a misdemeanor. So I don't understand the distinction between, we're going to say we pay the misdemeanor guy, but we don't pay the gross misdemeanor guy. To me, that's a distinction without a difference. So I would hope the AG could address that issue as well. Thank you.
All right. If there's nothing else, I would entertain a motion on case number 23LV00534.
I will make that motion. I move to approve the hearing examiner's recommendation that the agent's decision awarding payment be affirmed.
All right. Any final discussion or questions?
Just one question. He didn't show up at the hearing. I don't even know if we can send him the check. I mean, where are you going to send the check to? He's person not existing at this point in time. He didn't even show up at the hearing.
I don't know the answer to that, but I would leave that to the logistics of the operator, that they know that if this motion passes, that the money does not belong to them, it belongs to the patron. Anybody else? All right.
I don't have anything further.
Madam Secretary, call the vote.
Member Assad?
I'm opposed.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. That motion passes 2-1. Mr. Tomaso, thank you again for being here today, and thank you for your comments. Look forward to seeing you on the 18th at the workshop. Thank you. All right, and we're going to continue our division report until after the restricted agenda. So our restricted agenda is agendized for 1 o'clock. It's 12:37, so we will be in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you. All righty, we're back on the record for our 1 o'clock restricted agenda. My apologies to anybody who had to have lunch out of a vending machine. We usually try to guesstimate enough time to leave time for everybody to grab a little bit of lunch, and it's more art than science in trying to figure out these agenda times. So my apologies. Madam Secretary, I believe we're at the point of our consent agenda for restricted. Is that correct?
Correct.
Very good. Why don't you read that into the record?
Restricted number 9 is the application of Clear Sky Investment LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 12 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Mariana's Supermarkets number 6 for restricted gaming license. Restricted number 13 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies doing business at 18 Bin for a restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And as stated earlier in the meeting, our consent agenda is for those items that we have all had the opportunity to read the investigative report and are not items where we needed an applicant to appear in person and answer questions. And we believe that everything was fully contained in the investigation, and I am not aware of any questions or issues or areas of concern. Therefore, we put them on our consent agenda, and we've all had the opportunity to read through those investigative reports. Are there any questions or comments from board members regarding the consent agenda for restricted items?
No questions or concerns for me.
None by me, thank you.
All righty then, I would entertain a motion on the restricted consent agenda.
I move to recommend approval of restricted items number 9, 12, and 13 pursuant to the following conditions. As to item number 12, a full-time attendant age 21 or older must be on duty at all times that machines are available to the public for play.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us to restricted item number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of the Beach House Las Vegas LLC doing business as the Beach House Las Vegas for a restricted gaming license and the application of Jonah Souza for licensure as a member and manager.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. David Brown on behalf of the Beach House LLC and Mr. Souza, who's present with me. Mr. Souza is a first-time applicant, recent move to Las Vegas from Hawaii. He's long been in the restaurant and bar business. He'll talk about his background in a moment. He's had 3 privilege licenses in Hawaii and has decided to relocate here. And hopefully with your permission and that of the commission, he'll be entitled to start with gaming.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Hello, my name is Jonah Souza from Hawaii. Currently own 3 successful bars and restaurants in Hawaii. And background, my family been in the restaurant industry all my life, so kind of got into the bar side as well. Got here, COVID came and had to repivot. You know, we were shut down for a long time in Hawaii, and told my wife I need a plan B just in case. So we came here, and we've been here for maybe a couple of years, 2 years, and been looking for a location. And I think, you know, we found one that fits us. Idea is to, you know, the location that we found, you know, keep everything the same, the gaming, and just turn it into like a more local Hawaii theme bar with local Hawaii food. And yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Who has been running your Hawaii businesses while you've been in?
Yeah, so
Las
I have
Vegas?
family and managers there, and I also go back and forth. The idea is once I find something, you know, good, confirmed here, I am planning to sell 1 or 2 of them back in Hawaii to move, you know, myself here 100%. So once I get the confirmed here, or, you know, when that happens, we're in the process of selling, you know, 1 or 2 of my locations back in Hawaii.
Understood. And how much time do you anticipate being at this location if it's approved by the commission?
100%. Once I get that situated, you know, my family loves it here. We just need that confirmation, and you know, I that's my passion. My passion is food and, you know, the liquor side in Hawaii. So, you know, I'll say 100% as much as I can. once we get that,
Good.
And over 40 hours a week.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Thank you. Member Watkins, questions or comments?
Good afternoon. I don't have any particular questions. The questions that I have, that I had have been resolved, and any issues or concerns that I have also been resolved. So thank you for being here today.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Aloha.
Well,
What island are you from back there?
I was born on Maui and then moved to Oahu for business situations. Oahu is a bigger city.
Yeah.
Opportunities. So, yeah, we still got family back in Maui. And
Where in Maui? Kahanapali or
no,
Wailea?
The east side, yeah. Kahalui, yeah.
Kahalui?
Yeah,
Nice.
by the airport. Yeah.
Right by the airport. Yeah, I know it well.
Nice.
The agent Martirosian did a great job on this report as usual. Very thorough, very comprehensive. I have no concerns, no issues. You've read the condition. You're comfortable with the condition?
Yes, he has every intention of using a route operator for the near future for years.
Yep.
And he's already enrolled in the seminar in the next 2 weeks.
Yep.
Great. So welcome to Las Vegas, and you got it. I'm happy to support your application.
Yeah, and great to hear that you're already enrolled in the restricted licensee compliance seminar. I think you'll learn a lot from that, and hopefully end up with a greater understanding of what it means to be a privileged licensee in the state of Nevada. There's a lot of paperwork that goes involved you need to stay on top of. So appreciate that. Your background, you had a couple issues in the past, but seems like hopefully you've put that in the past, right? Those are things that aren't going to be happening here. Good. Everybody grows up. So I don't have any concerns about that. Very good. If you have anything else, Mr. Brown.
I just would like to thank Agent Martirosian. She was wonderful and extremely helpful in the entire process. We couldn't be more grateful.
Great. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, then I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 1.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the condition that Jonah Diaz Souza shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee within 90 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. The condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to you. Bringing us to restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of A&B Management LLC doing business as Jimmy G's Cigar Bar for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of Brandy Orlick and Aaron Orlick for licensure as a member and manager.
All right. Is there anyone here? There they are in Carson City. Good afternoon. Please state your names for the record.
Brandy Orlick?
Aaron Orlick.
Very good. And tell us a little bit about this location and what you plan to do.
Didn't really plan anything, but so there was already gaming in that establishment. We took it over from the former owners, Jeff and Susan. We're adding one extra machine, and we're just going to keep operating it the same way that it was operated before.
Understood. When was the last time it had gaming in there approximately?
It ended 12/31 of last year, so 2022.
Understood. Questions from board members?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't have any questions or concerns regarding this matter, Chair.
All right, Judge.
Well, neither do I. It's pretty straightforward. I'm happy to support your application.
Where are you getting the machines from?
Golden Gaming.
Golden. Got it. All right. I didn't have any other questions either. Glad to see that you're running the business and trying to improve it with gaming. Hopefully that helps out your business side. So anytime we can help Carson City, that's a good thing for the gaming regulators to do in this state. I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 2.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the condition that Aaron Orlick and Brandy Orlick shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee within 90 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. The condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
Are you aware of that condition that we're saying that both of you need to attend the restricted licensee gaming compliance seminar?
Yes.
Good. Have you been told when the next one is, and have you registered for that?
Yes.
Yeah, it's on the 17th.
Great. Okay, well, very good. Then that will satisfy that condition if you make that compliance seminar later this month. So glad you're aware of that. That'll be a condition on any recommendation that we make to the Gaming Commission. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Good luck to you. Thank you for being here virtually from Carson City.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing us to restricted item number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 213 for a restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, Chairman Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. My name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. I'm before you now on restricted item number 3, which is NRSI's application for Dottie's 213. This location, if approved, would operate in the city of Las Vegas with an address of 9570 West Sky Canyon Park Drive, Suites 140, 150, and 160, which is located in the northwest portion of the valley. We'd like to express our thanks to Agent Marta Rosen for her work on this application, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Yeah, so I had a couple questions about this. Tell me a little bit more about the location. Why was it selected? And how long has it taken to get it ready to stage we're at now?
This location was brought to us by the landlord, a family that's the Gordon family here in Las Vegas. They have done, they've been our landlord at a few other locations. So when they were looking to build this center, they approached us to operate a tavern there. It's been a long time coming. It was COVID slowed down the development of this project for quite a bit of time. And then since then, if you go there, part of it's built and part of it's still being built, the center entirely. So it's been, I think they've been working on it for close to 5 years.
5 years.
Pretty close, yeah.
Wow. And how close are you to being ready to open for your particular business in the center?
We are very close. The issue is that there's some issues related to NV Energy and the landlord and getting permanent power there. And that's really the only thing that's potentially slowing it down. Once that's done, we should be ready to go within 30 days.
Good. And I'm going to go through a couple of issues for NGC Regulation 3.015, which I'm sure you're very familiar with all the locations that your company has. As you know, under 3.015, it's a responsibility of the board and the commission to be sure that pursuant to NRS 463.161, that a restricted location is incidental to, and I'm sure you're very familiar with that term in the gaming industry. Years of legislative discussions and years of commission and board discussion. One of the things we look at is square footage, and has to have a minimum of 2,500 square feet. I think this one came out, that's patron use. Space that the patron can be in. This one was exceeding that. When our investigators come out, do you actually measure it before, or do you measure it with them? The space available for patrons.
The space available is determined based on the The floor plan.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So you have the floor plan, you take the measurements. I obviously, I know our investigators do that as well. Tell me about, and you don't have to get into specifics of the revenue, but when you're projecting what a business will do, how does your company arrive at the percentage of slot revenue compared to the total revenue?
The estimated total revenue versus gaming revenue is based on historical data.
From other locations?
From other locations.
Got it. Got it. And then we talk about the number of seats available. You got to have
25 under the reg.
25, correct? I think this one, from looking at the schematic, was at 28. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so a little bit over. One of the questions I had looking at the diagram is a large percentage of the floor is dedicated to the gaming devices versus the number of seating for dining. Is that kind of standard for your other locations, or is that unique to this particular location?
It's not unique to this location. It will vary depending on the size of the location overall, but this is not atypical.
Got it. And then as far as who manages this property, do you have a particular general manager that oversees a multiple number of locations?
Yes, there's a number of general managers, and they each have a team of managers who have a team of assistant managers that go down to the store level.
And walk that back up for me. So
Yes.
at the store level, you would have one person for that store, assistant manager. Would that be at the store or the location level?
Yes,
And then a manager, how many locations would they be overseeing?
no more than 10.
No more than 10. And then up to the supervisor above them, how many do they have?
The general manager,
General, yeah.
they will not have any more than 100
100.
pursuant to the conditions on the license.
Good, thank you. Thank you for walking through all that for me on the record, and this isn't specifically to this location. Some of the questions are microcosm, some of them are macrocosm, but I want to be sure that we in Nevada as regulators are focusing on being sure that all the amenities required by the statute and the regulation are being met. Looking at the schematic, it is, but I was quite interested in the number of dining seats versus gaming seats, and then bar seats you can't count pursuant to the regulation. So I appreciate you being up to date on all of that and having the answers to my questions.
Yes, I'm happy to answer questions. You know, that term incidental is a term of art, I think, here in
Yes.
Nevada gaming. So
It is.
always
It raises a lot of
happy to talk
questions.
about it. Yeah.
Good. All right. Member Watkins, did you have questions or comments?
Hello again today.
Hello.
I'm satisfied with the discussion that has gone on the record. I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you.
Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Great to see you again. Speaking of that term of art, incidental, can you educate me a little bit on, with respect to revenue and what are the variables help define that term of art? What is your understanding of what that means, incidental to?
My understanding is you have to really understand that that term, you have to go back to the late 1980s, to the legislative sessions that occurred there, where the word incidental had existed in Reg 4 to describe what a restricted license was. And there was an effort by the NRA and the Nevada Resort Association to, through Bob Foss, who I got to be taught by as a professor at UNLV, that there was an effort to take that word incidental and move it into Reg 3 as well. Or sorry, at the legislature, it came into 463.161. And the explanation there was that they just wanted to bring that term from Reg 4 into the statutes so that there could be consistency. I believe that was in the 1989 legislative session. The next year, in 1990, Mr. Face came to the commission, and the commission was pushed, based on the term now being in a statute, to create a new reg that dealt with the term, and that's where 3.015 came from. 3.015, one thing to note is that even at the legislative sessions, if you go back to the late 1980s and read the transcripts and the notes from those, it was very clear that the legislative intent wasn't to change the way things were done at that time. In fact, the idea of revenue was brought up. This idea of should there be a limit of revenue that a restricted operator can only earn a certain amount of revenue from gaming, and that idea was shot down at the legislature. It was never intended to be purely on revenue. Eventually, the commission developed over the course of the next couple decades. It seemed to have happened about every 10 years. It happened in 1990. It happened again in around 2000, 2010 again. Eventually, what shook out was 3.015, which has a set of factors which the board may or may not choose to look at when making their ultimate determination on incidental. And I think that what is incidental, the term of art, what an operation that is incidental is really defined by, the history in practice, what locations have been licensed under this reg. I think that really is what incidental means. If a restricted location has been licensed after it's been investigated by the board, then it is incidental because it satisfied those factors.
So to me, it's kind of a layman's term, incidental. It's not a legal term. It has a legal term of art definition to it now, apparently, but incidental means almost secondary to whatever else. So when you look at these situations, you're saying you can't look at the finances. The gaming cannot be, it doesn't matter if it exceeds the food and bar revenues?
In most cases, it does. The only time that these numbers have ever actually been examined by any sort of body was in 2015, when the city of Las Vegas reached out to all of their tavern restricted operators and requested financial information from them about their operation. What shook out was that over 75% of the locations had more gaming revenue than non-gaming revenue.
Right.
And at that, on average, the average was above 75% of gaming revenue. There were even some locations that had upwards of 90% of their revenue from gaming.
So should we look at the number of seats for gaming versus the number of seats for the restaurant?
No, I think that what you should be looking at is how the location is licensed under its primary business, that restricted licenses are available to locations that are licensed to serve alcohol by the drink. And I think really, as long as the location is operating that type of business, then the gaming is incidental.
So maybe we should get rid of the word incidental.
I think that would be helpful. I think that the term, like you said, as a layman's term, I think that it's misconstrued when you look at the history going back the last 30 years and you look at the locations that actually operate, which we have a window into from that 2015 study. It can't mean, you can't go to dictionary.com and look up incidental and understand what it means in Nevada gaming.
Right.
It's a term of art.
Gotcha. Thanks. I appreciate your input on that.
Yeah, I agree. Very good lesson. You're well versed in incidental too.
I wish I had been warned that I was going to be talking about this today. I could have been more prepared, but
well, that makes it a lot less fun.
Yeah, of course.
Good. No, good answers. You're very well versed in the legislative history as well as the legal aspects, and as the judge noted, the layman aspects of it. So just something that we as a board need to be careful of, because we do have to make recommendations to the commission as to whether or not, as you said, under Regulation 3 and pursuant to NRS 463, whether this application is potentially suitable to have restricted gaming at it. And you did a very good job of walking through the history, so I appreciate it.
And I would assert that I believe this location meets that requirement of being incidental.
Good, thank you.
Share just one more thought
please.
whenever you have a moment. I found it interesting that you said the revenue often is greater than total revenue, the gaming revenue. I mean, not greater, but larger than 50%. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, the gaming revenue in most cases at restricted locations is more than the non-gaming.
That's interesting. I guess I hadn't necessarily thought that. Chief Hoffman, I'd ask for your input on that. What have you seen?
I agree with Mr. Cannon that, yeah, we have seen higher revenue from gaming than from the other parts of the operation. But I also agree with the analogy that if that place is licensed to serve liquor or drinks, then that can be construed as its primary business.
I guess to be more particular about the question is that I know that there have been instances in the past where the gaming is greater, but is that something that you see often? What percentage of time would you say that's occurring?
That's a tough one. I see it often, but I can't give you exact numbers.
Okay, but like more or less than 50% of the time?
I'd say more than 50%.
Okay, thank you. That's interesting. Thank you for your background and insight into those issues.
My pleasure.
Yeah, and I would add that pursuant to Regulation 3.015, it's a totality of the factors. It's not that one factor says if you didn't meet this requirement, you cannot have a restricted license. It's a comparison of all of them, and revenue would be one of those factors. I also agree with Chief Hoffman that if the city or county has determined that there should be a bar, tavern, saloon license, that I look at that as a factor. I don't look at that as a final determination, but if the city has looked at it and believes that the function of the business is not to be the proverbial slot parlor, that's important. And that's why we go back then to the factors. So it's a little bit circular. If you have all the factors met, then you probably are incidental too. If you don't have the factors met, it's a balancing test at that point. And a lot of that relies upon your business and other businesses in the restricted gaming industry to understand that the regulators in the state want to be sure that we're offering more amenities to the neighborhood than just slot machines.
Mr. Smith, I hope you don't think I was picking on you.
No, I don't.
I just, it's an education for me and someone like you is full of knowledge on this subject. So I needed to pick your brain a little bit on that. As a former judge, we like textual definitions and bright lines. Words should mean what they say, and they should say the legislature should say what they mean. It's very important to use the right words and give those words their common sense definition. It's called textualism. So when you see something in 3.015 or 463, 161, you read it and then you look at the reports that say, oh, the gaming revenue is far exceeding the non-gaming revenue. It makes you wonder, what are they talking about when they say incidental to? So I would like to see some clarification on that at the legislature. If you all are inclined to submit a BDR at the next session, maybe.
I need to expand on what
Is your mic on, Chief?
Member Watkins.
Your mic.
Yeah, pull your mic down a little bit. Yeah.
There, maybe that'll help. When I answered your question about percentages, I was thinking just about bars and taverns. But if you throw in gas stations and convenience stores, I would have to adjust my answer to 50% less.
And a lot of that would also depend on if you include gas sales or not. And what's your standard on that?
I would include gas sales.
Include gas sales. So that would definitely skew it. Yeah, good. All righty. Thank you again, Mr. Smith. If there's no other questions or comments, anything else you need to add?
I don't think so. Thank you.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 3.
I will make that motion. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the condition that the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
All right, before we vote, Chief Deputy Caruso or Senior Deputy McKella, is there anything we need to add to the record to be sure we have not confused the legislative or Nevada history on incidental two? Mr. McKella, you want to take that?
I think it's a very confusing, both legislative and actual history, and I don't think your record would have added any more confusion that already exists.
Good. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. I did not say anything today that changed the confusion that existed. So everybody in the Nevada gaming industry is extremely clear on what incidental two means, correct? Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, call the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins? Aye. Chairman Hendry?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to you. Non-restricted number 4, Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 4 is the application of DeSimone Gaming, Inc., doing business as Eldorado Pass Travel Center for a restricted gaming license and for a waiver of the requirement of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 3.015, subsection 3, subsection B, as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees from Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of the applicant DeSimone Gaming, Inc. This applicant is currently licensed and its shareholder, Joseph DeSimone, is sitting here. He's also the sole officer and director of that company. The company and Mr. DeSimone have been licensed with the Railroad Pass. They also have a non-restricted license with the Pass at Water Street, and they have a restricted license for the Railroad Pass Travel Center. The application before you is for a new travel center on the other side of the highway, and it's the Eldorado, the Eldorado Pass Travel Center. And as Madam Secretary read into the record, we are requesting 15 machines at this location instead of 7. Mr. Smith just gave us a great treatise on incidental and how all of this works, but I'm happy to address any of the items from the white paper that you'd like.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. A couple of things. Mr. DeSimone, if you don't mind stepping up and tell us a little bit about this location. Obviously, you have been licensed many times by the Nevada Gaming Commission. You're a very well-respected member of our gaming community, but ask you to be here today to tell us a little bit about what your plans are for that area. You've certainly grown it out, so tell us what your goal is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a travel center as stated on the Railroad Pass east side of the I-11, and we beat to the marketplace an attempt to purchase the land on the west side of the I-11 for the purpose of building another travel center because our business is good, and so we did buy what amounted to 15 acres for this travel center, and it's going to have more of the services that aren't available at the other travel center. So they complement one each other very well. We talked about incidental, obviously. There's going to be the convenience store is going to be 50% bigger than the convenience store at the Railroad Pass Travel Center. We have a deed restriction on most of the balance of that exit, 125 acres, that prohibits another convenience store, travel center, QSR, or pretty much any type of retail use. I should mention that the whole El Dorado Valley there was annexed by the city of Henderson, starting with mine. And there's going to be thousands of acres of mostly industrial property as it's owned now. Getting back to our travel center, we're going to have a truck wash, once again, a 12,000 square foot convenience store. Our request, and we respect your decision on this, and the commission's decision, is for 15 slot machines, 7 by the truck entrance, and I believe 8 by the car entrance, or I have that reverse. There's going to be 2 QSRs. There's going to be showers. There is also a letter of intent to operate a mechanic shop, which we don't have on the other side. And we just got the approval through a letter of intent to make application through the city of Henderson for another hotel at the exit. We have 2 hotels at the exit that we own, and this would be a third on the west side. a non-gaming hotel, naturally. So we believe that we're hoping it's not a branded truck stop, so it's not a Flying J or Love's, nor is the one at the Railroad Pass. But the business has been vibrant since they opened up the I-11. It was a tough go getting to that point. But just as whether this means anything to you or not, we sold 1 million gallons of fuel at the One Travel Center in May alone. So we're confident that we'll do well, and we're confident we'll bring services to the area that aren't there. And we're looking forward to operating a successful venture and once again being productive in the community.
Yeah. Thank you for that. You answered one of my questions was how's the business doing now that I-11 has been in place for some time now? And obviously it was very tough on you while that construction had everything detoured, but things have picked up so well that you want to be on the other side of the freeway.
That's correct. We like that exit. We like we're entrenched in Boulder City, and I don't know if we have 2 applications today, but we think that Boulder City is going to benefit from the Sonic, Dunkin', and the new restaurant we're building, and we continue to reinvest that which we make into the community and to that exit. We're glad also that it's in the city of Henderson.
Yeah, and you talked about the annexation in the industrial side. That's on the side this new location, the El Dorado Pass, would be in.
Correct. The only property on the west side, on the east side, is ours, Railroad Pass's property.
Right.
On the east side, there's thousands of acres owned by multiple developers who are in different stages of entitlements. We ourselves are building on 10 acres just to the north of the travel center, 4 industrial buildings. But what you're going to see out there is a lot of really big box buildings in Henderson, which we need. 1 million square feet, 600,000 square feet. And it'll draw a lot of truck traffic, and you need a place to eat and everything else.
Yeah, it's great for that area. Glad to hear it. All right. Member Watkins, did you have questions?
Yes, just quickly. I would like Ms. Vermees to address her letter and just tell us why the totality of circumstances leads us to believe that gaming will continue to be incidental to the primary business.
Sure. So Commission Regulation 30153 specifically provides that unless the commission determines otherwise, there shall be a limit of no more than 7 machines in a convenience store. But there's also a provision for a waiver in that. And you go back to all of the provisions in 3015. You addressed this in the earlier application on floor space. The travel center is going to cover 8,524 square feet. Your typical C-store is only 2,500 to 3,500 square feet. The amount of gaming for the 2 pods is going to be approximately 416 square feet. In your C-store, it'd be 75 to 150 square feet, but it's a much, much smaller location. A C-store, well, most of the C-stores are in residential areas on corners where kids walk in and get a Slurpee and grab some candy. This, as Mr. DeSimone explained, is in an area off the highway. It's going to attract truckers and adult travelers coming through. So you don't have that type of issue with minors loitering. The amount of investment, that information is confidential, but from your report, you should see that the amount of investment that's going into the non-gaming aspects of the business are tremendous. The slot machines themselves are actually going to be taken out of existing inventory. As to the amount of time required to manage and operate, the truck center is going to take a ton of time to manage and operate. The gaming takes very little. As for other factors, as to the name and the marketing, Mr. DeSimone does a ton of marketing for his existing businesses, and he's going to roll this into it as well. So this isn't a traditional C-store that should be limited to 7. This is the type of enterprise that 15 machines is appropriate.
Okay. Thank you very much for putting that on the record and for being prepared to talk about it.
Judge.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Agent Lombardo did an excellent job. Great report. And I believe you have the next item as well coming up for the Bullet
Train Tavern.
Bullet Train, yeah. So you've been licensed before, you know what you're doing. Excellent presentation by Ms. Vermees and yourself. The only question I had is, are you going to be a franchisee with the Sonic and the Dunkin' Donut stores?
Yeah, I'm the sole franchisee.
Okay, for both.
Yes, sir.
Very good. And that's all I have. I'm more than happy to support this application.
All right, Ms. Vermees, following up on what Member Watkins had you put on the record, I'm going to go through a few additional things here. We'll do a little question answer, all right?
Right.
We're being told that there is either a contract or will be a contract for 2 quick serve restaurants that will be part of this footprint.
That's the Sonic and the Dunkin' Donuts. Yes.
Great. There will be a truck bays for diesel gas. 7 bays. Yeah, feel free, Mr. DeSimone. Jump into this.
Right.
Great. Truck parking.
166 spots.
Truck maintenance, you said you're trying to work that out now.
We're negotiating a lease with the company, yeah.
Truck weigh scales
No, on the railroad pass side, not on this side.
on the other side.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. Showers,
Yeah, 7.
7. Laundry facility.
You got me there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah. From our design schematic, it looks like you will have laundry facilities.
Well, fortunately, Chris Reese, who's the CFO for Mr. DeSimone's companies, is in the audience. So
Good.
we've got our lifeline.
Wonderful. Good. We phone a friend here in a minute. Truck driver lounge area.
Absolutely.
Truck RV wash bay.
Yes, actually a full truck wash.
Great. 24-hour shuttle to the other side of the freeway to your Railroad Pass Casino.
Yes, very important.
Your gaming revenue projections, even with 15 machines, will be a very minor piece of your overall revenue.
Less than 10%.
Right.
Great. The space for the gaming devices is minimal, as Ms. Vermees mentioned, compared to the overall customer square footage.
Yes.
Great. Very good. Thank you for putting that all on the record. To me, that's important, as following up on what Ms. Vermees was talking about, the difference between a convenience store and what I see as a travel center, which is what you're creating here. It's a big difference. And then the fact that you've split the machines, you got 8 on one side of the building, 7 on the other. We're not overloading a small footprint with just gaming devices. So appreciate that, and I'm very happy for you. Sounds like a good opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Anything else, Ms. Vermees?
We have to thank Agent Joe Lombardo. We love working with him. We understand he went out to the property and was very impressed himself.
Good. Glad to hear that. All right, then I would entertain a motion on this restricted item.
We're on 5, 6.
4.
Okay.
4.
I'm all right.
Yeah.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 4 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. If an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. The surveillance system and/or mirror must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
You were aware of those conditions and didn't have anything to add?
They are standard. They're
Great.
fine.
And Mr. DeSimone, you understand that it's talking about equity owner as being the key employee. I assume with the number of gaming businesses you have, that you have a robust executive management team along with your very suitable gaming counsel to advise you on all gaming matters.
Yes, we do. Well said.
Great. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you very much. And Madam Secretary, let's move into restricted number 5.
Restricted number 5 is the application of DeSimone Gaming, Inc., doing business as Bullet Train for a restricted gaming license.
Please state your name again for the record.
Again, Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my right is Joseph DeSimone. He is the owner, sole officer, and sole director of DeSimone Gaming, Inc., the applicant. This is for the Bullet Train Tavern, a restricted location, which now we're moving back to the other side of the highway, back where the railroad passes. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
That's great. Yeah, and we can incorporate by reference everything we just talked about the footprint of all the business going on out there, and about how much other commercial, not residential expansion is happening in the area. So glad to hear that. Tell us a little bit, Mr. DeSimone, about this location and where you're at progress-wise with the build-out.
Sure, thank you. We're about 60% complete with the construction of the bullet train. We're trying not to call it a tavern. It's non-smoking, and we think that will cater to a lot of people from Boulder City, a lot of truckers that stay overnight because we turn over the parking spots 3 times a day, and the new Holiday Inn Express we opened up on the property about 11 months ago. We just need more food establishments. So if you had to equate it to something, it'll be about the size of a BJ's or a PT's Cheesecake Factory. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Great.
Judge. We're getting a lot of good feedback from the community. We're going to do a lot of marketing for it. We're hoping that it complements mostly the railroad pass, which is literally 75 yards across the parking lot from it.
When are you shooting to have an opening?
December 30 or less or before, hopefully. Yeah.
Great. Member Watkins, do you have questions?
I do not have any questions related to this one.
All right. Judge?
Yep, thank you. Very straightforward, no questions, no concerns. Good luck.
How'd you come up with the name Bullet Train?
It's a reference to Railroad Pass. It's the new like Atlas Shrugged version of the railroad theme.
Gotcha.
Bullet Train.
Very good. Ms. Vermees, anything else you want to add?
That's it. We will thank Agent Joe Lombardo again for his work on this application, and we thank you for your time.
Great. I would entertain a motion on restricted number 5.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the condition that if an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Again, you're aware of that condition and have no concerns.
No concerns.
Great. All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck to you. Bringing us to restricted number 6.
Restricted number 6 is the application of Square Bar LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Square Bar. It is also the applications of Chelsea Kelly, Shane Kelly, and Eric Hendricks for licensure as a member and manager.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Chair and members. My name is Chelsea Kelly, and I also have Shane Kelly here present.
Great. Good afternoon. Tell us a little bit about this location and what your plans are.
We would like to actually rescind our application because our funding has deceased over the time period of opening. So we would like to rescind our application at this time.
Is that the only reason, is just pure funding wise? Otherwise you would have gone forward with it? You think the business would have been okay in the area and you just don't have the lack of funding? Understood. All right, so you're requesting to withdraw these applications? And have we got that in writing to the investigations division?
Chief Hoffman here. We received a letter late yesterday officially requesting withdrawal of this application.
Okay. Otherwise, no areas of concern in our packet, no issues or anything else that would have been of concern to the board today from your investigative workup?
No areas of concern.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or comments from board members about the request to withdraw these applications?
No, I think you covered it, Chair.
None by me, thank you.
All right, then I would accept a motion to, based on the applicant's request in writing to the investigative division, to withdraw the applications in restricted item number 6.
I'll make that motion. I move to approve the request to withdraw without prejudice.
All right. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Sorry to hear that this didn't work out for you. You've gone through the investigative process, so you know what that entails now, and hopefully we'll see you again in the future.
Thank you all.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Good luck to you. Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted number 7.
Restricted number 7 are the applications of Tivoli Pub LLC for transfer of interest as noted on the agenda, and the application of Suburban Restaurants LLC for licensure as a member as noted on the agenda. It is also the application by Daniel Wedge to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. And lastly, for board consideration only, you have the application of Daniel Wedge for registration as a minority equity interest member.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Brianna Martinez from the law firm Kemford Kroll on behalf of the applicant Tivoli Pub LLC. Sorry. I have with me Adam Corrigan and Daniel Wedge. There are several transfer applications on the agenda for today. The first one is transferring the Adam B. Corrigan's Gaming Trust membership interest in Tivoli Pub LLC to Suburban Restaurants LLC, which will be a holding company. The sole member of Suburban Restaurants LLC will be the Adam Corrigan Gaming Trust. The second transfer is Suburban Restaurant LLC transferring 5% to Daniel Wedge. This is supported by the membership interest purchase agreement, the pledge, and the promissory note. We ask that the board approve these transfers and the registration of Daniel Wedge as a 5% minority interest holder. We want to thank Senior Agent Jeffries and A.B. Morton from Applicant Services for all their work on this matter. And again, just thank you to the board, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you for being here today. I know we've seen you several times. Mr. Corrigan, I think you've been here for the last couple of months, so appreciate you coming back before us again today for these applications. My original concern that I wanted to have Mr. Wedge here to walk through has now been answered through some conversations I've had with the Attorney General's office, and the Attorney General's office has had with your counsel, and that had to do with the pledge and the 5% member interest transfer to Mr. Wedge. I was concerned that there may have been some issue about transferring it without there still being a contingency, and without going too deep into your contractual matters on the record, which isn't necessary, there's a time requirement for you to be involved in the business, which is certainly suitable. I just wanted to be sure that the commission wasn't in a position of approving something that may had a contingency on it. The Attorney General's office has explained to me that you're actually getting the 5% interest if approved by the commission. And if there was any change in that in the future, you would have to still go back to the commission, or Mr. Corrigan would have to go back to the commission. So I think everything's in order. Your counsel has put that together in writing very well. Just took me a little bit to get up to speed. So appreciate that. As far as the rest of it, it looks like Mr. Wedge, you're being rewarded for your loyalty and your sweat equity in this business by Mr. Corrigan, which is always nice to see that owners represent and recognize the talent that they have and want to keep them involved. So appreciate you guys having that kind of relationship, that Mr. Corrigan sees that you're a valuable asset for all of these companies. I didn't have anything else to add. We're just right now focused on number 7, but I will be able to take 8 and 9 very quickly. 8, just 8, right? 7 and 8?
Yes, 7 and 8.
Yeah, 7 and 8. We'll take 8 separately, but I see that they all go together, as you stated today on the record. Member Watkins, did you have questions or comments?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My concerns were similar to the chair's concerns, but again, after conversations with our AG's office and the conversations I understand that the AG's office had with your counsel, I am comfortable in supporting this application and understanding that Mr. Corrigan is aware that any retaking of the membership interest will require commission approval.
I understand.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I don't have any further questions or concerns.
Thank you.
Great. Judge?
Yes, thank you. I like seeing this. This is a great idea, and kudos to you, Mr. Corrigan, and Mr. Wedge, you must be an outstanding employee to get a ownership interest in a company like this. So congratulations. I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Martinez?
Nothing else. Thank you very much.
Great. Then I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 7.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member
Real
Assad?
quick, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think we need 2 motions here because we have recommendation for approval by the commission, and then we also have just board action registering that Mr. Wedge is a member.
Good. Thank you, Mr. McKellar. Let's do the board action first.
I move to
Is that on 8 or is that on 7? It's on both. It's on both. Okay, so we need the bottom of page 16 as a separate motion for board consideration only.
the bottom of page.
Agenda 16.
Oh, you're looking at the. Okay, as it pertains to the application for registration as a minority equity interest member, I move for approval.
All right, and this is board action only, so it doesn't have to go to the commission. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Henry?
Aye, that motion passes. So then we would take a separate motion on restricted item number 7.
And I move to recommend approval for the remainder of restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Henry?
Aye, that motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Moving us into, Madam Secretary, restricted item number 8.
Restricted number 8 are the applications of Vista Commons Investment LLC for transfer of interest and the application of Suburban Restaurants LLC for licensure as a member as noted on the agenda. You also have the application by Daniel Wedge to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. And lastly, for board consideration only, you have the application of Daniel Wedge for registration as a minority equity interest member.
Very good. Ms. Martinez, please state your appearances for the record.
Brianna Martinez from the law firm Kemfer Kroll on behalf of Vista Commons Investments LLC. I have with me Adam Corrigan and Daniel Wedge. This is the same situation as Tivoli Pub LLC, the same types of transfers. Only difference is this is a different location for John Cutters. We would ask that the board recommend approval and approve the registration of Daniel Wedge as a minority interest holder.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as you stated, this is the same as restricted item number 7 that we just voted on. We have a full workup of the applications and the business interest behind them. And we appreciate you gentlemen being here on this item as well. I didn't have anything else to add, having just gone through it on item number 7. Board members, did you have questions or concerns?
No, I would incorporate by reference the conversations in restricted item number 7. And I'm happy to make a motion on this one.
None by me.
Great. Then let's do 2 motions again. Let's do the first motion on the board consideration item only for the minority equity interest member.
Yep. So as it pertains to the application for registration as a minority interest holder, I move to approve as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
And again, this is for board consideration only. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Henry?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us to the other applications in restricted item number 8.
And as to the remainder of restricted item number 8, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Henry?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you again. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Thank you all. Have a great afternoon. Bringing us to, we've already handled number 9, so we're on restricted number 10.
Restricted number 10 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store number 41724 for restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary. Thank you. Phyllis Gilland for Sartini Gaming and regards to 7-Eleven number 41724 in the city of Reno. Application for a space lease where Sartini is the space or the route operator. That location will have 5 machines. It is owned by a location owner who already has another 7-Eleven that has been operating, in which we've been operating with them for about 10 years. So he's very familiar with gaming rules, operations, etc. I have with me for questions Jennifer Madole from Reno, our Reno office. She's director of our route operations, and happy to answer any questions you might have regarding that location.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. So, as you would expect, the questions relate to compliance with NGC Regulation 3.010 and the vicinity of churches, schools, and children's public playgrounds. It's the responsibility of the applicant to be sure that the board has all the information to prove that the location is suitable by the applicant. And order for the board and commission to make a determination of that, there's relevant factors that go involved. I know that our investigative division has already looked into it, has spoken with you multiple times, provided us with aerial views of how far this is. And personally, for me, one of the main things is that there was, this location's been there for some time, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah. It was called Tap House on Rice previously. And we have had conversations with both the school and the, it's People's, I got the name of it, but the church complex, and these have been there a long time. They're used to them. They're comfortable with them. There are several other locations just across the street, and I believe I am terrible with directions, so I apologize. And but there's several other locations, Remedies just across the street to the south, also within this district. And there is also another one close by. I'm sorry, I'm guessing here. This Potter House Christian Fellowship is the name of the church, and Pioneer High School. But there's other bars in the area, Remedies, and there was a Tito's that was also directly across the street from the a church, and that one is closed at the moment. It just closed in April, and we do have an application for space lease at that location under, of all things, Big Chicken. So we don't make them up. Yeah. So both Remedies is active, and both locations and the Tap House have been there for quite a while.
That is on, though, the Carson City location, correct?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Tap House. Yes, I'm sorry. Let's go back to, I got the same 2 in a row. I apologize.
That's okay. Yeah,
7-Eleven.
We got you on both, but yeah, let's focus on the 7-Eleven.
I do want to state that if you've looked at the overview, it's on the Highway Lemon Drive, right at the corner of Lemon Drive and Military Highway, Military Road. And right in that same location, it's across, the 7-Eleven is across the highways, which I believe are 4 or 6 lanes right at that intersection. It has a new build, and it's been built after the church. It was approved by Carson City. We do have an email from Carson City, no zoning restrictions in relation to feet distance. It is also, if you look at an overview, it is very close to a large apartment complex, some warehouse space, and not very far from Highway 359 to the south. So it's in a corridor of a lot of business interests, commercial, industrial.
I'm seeing something. It says a future location of, and I can't read it, just behind the 7-Eleven there, Altavere.
Jennifer, do you know what's going to go behind the 7-Eleven?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Yeah,
it is dirt. I do see that.
It would be adjacent to the building, right behind the 7-Eleven is just actually an easement before the Lemon Valley Drive. So it would be on the side, the way that the current building is built right now.
But it's your understanding from dealing with the local authorities that there will be future commercial buildings also around the 7-Eleven.
Yes, based on that, based on the intersection there.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well. And then I'm glad you pointed out the fact that this is several large highway lanes across the street from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So it's not adjacent to, it's not even on that side of the
No,
freeway.
it's not on that side of the freeway and it's back off the freeway. I did go take some overhead pictures just to get a feel for the space between. This operator, I think another issue that would be of concern is, families, kids, whatever. This operator is very experienced, has been with us for a long time, knows the gaming rules, knows our rules, and I have no knowledge of any issues with him at his other location on Silverado Boulevard, I believe.
That's great to hear. Thank you for that. I didn't have any other questions or comments. Member Watkins?
Given the discussion on the record, I am very much comfortable moving forward. You said you couldn't get in touch with the church, right?
We made 4 or 5 forays at different times. I believe Agent Partee, we also provided her with the information, and I just haven't been able to get in touch with them. I do know that we did ask the 7-Eleven owner if he'd had any complaints from anybody, basically, including the church or the neighbors, et cetera, and he has had none.
Okay, thank you for that.
Great. Judge?
No questions, no concerns. Thank you.
Okay, then I, for the record, believe that you have made a sufficient showing of the suitability. I appreciate you reaching out to the LDS on the other side of the freeway. And I feel comfortable if there's going to be other commercial development in the area. And obviously this 7-Eleven sells alcohol and everything else. So I don't believe it's adjacent to a church. So I'm fine with that. If one of the members wants to make a motion, I would entertain that now.
All righty. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert. 10, sorry,
Yeah.
10.
Restricted 10.
Yes, restricted 10.
I don't feel so bad. Tap House, 7-Eleven.
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
Okay.
Restricted item number 10.
Restricted 10. Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes, bringing us to restricted number 11, Ms.
Thank
Gill.
you. Now,
Hold
Tap
on.
Shack.
I'm so sorry. I have to
Oh,
read it.
she has to read it.
Restricted number 11 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at the Tap Shack for a restricted gaming license.
All right.
I'm on third Monday this week. I'm going to trademark that.
Good.
Tap Shack, again, Phyllis Gilland, representing Sartini Gaming on behalf of a space lease application for the Tap Shack in Carson City. Carson City has indicated that they do not have, I will just launch into it if that's okay.
Please.
Carson City has indicated they don't have any requirements regarding distance in feet from a school. This one is near Potter's House Christian Fellowship and also near the Pioneer High School. We have gotten in touch, Agent Partee as well, got in touch with the principal and the superintendent at the high school. They had no issues. We provided we had a verbal okay from the Potter's Christian Fellowship, and we provided Agent Partee with the phone number for that location. They didn't have any issues. Back to area location, Tap House on Rice had been there for quite a bit of time. They're about maybe 800-900 feet from the school, etc. Both about the same, depending on how you run to it. Neither one had any issues. Tap House on Rice was formerly there. This is a new location, new owners, not a new location. There are other bars in the area just south. Remedies is just south of the church. Tito's is just south of the church across the road from their properties. It was closed in April. We did file the application, and it's not just funny the second time. Big Chicken is the property that will go in there, hopefully. And that one is on file right now. So let's see, they will only have 6 machines, and the owner is new to us and has signed up for the next seminar with gaming.
Good.
For restricted.
Glad to hear that. And thank you for the analysis and the background on the suitability, particularly with this specific location. It's been licensed before, so this isn't a new facility. The school was already there. You mentioned contacting the school. We have as well. So they were very well aware that this location has been licensed in the past. It's also been a bar for almost a year, correct? Without
Yes,
gaming?
it is operating.
Good, wonderful. All right, then I feel comfortable with the suitability. Back to our earlier discussion that you heard on the record about the size of the location and everything. That doesn't apply to this because it's not in Washoe or Clark County. So I will say, though, for the record, it's interesting to see that there is quite a bit of seating that aren't specifically related to gaming. So it's clear that it is not just a place to come and play slot machines.
No, it's there's only 80 square feet of bar, so it's
very good. Thank you for that. Member Watkins, questions?
Given that, one of our considerations is whether it's been licensed before, and also the school was contacted and they didn't have any issues or concerns. I don't have any issues or concerns either.
Great. Judge?
Thank you. No questions.
All right. Then I would entertain a motion on restricted number 11.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you very much.
We'd like to thank Heather Perty on both of these. So she's always works well with us and we appreciate it.
Great. Thank you. 12 was on our consent agenda, so that brings us to restricted number, 13 was too. Is that the end of restricted, Madam Secretary?
It sure is.
Wow, very good. So we finished that, which brings us then to we trailed our division report for the investigative division. Chief, are you prepared to do that, or do we need to take a 5-minute break or anything?
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
As long as everyone else is.
You guys okay?
Yeah.
Good. All right, please proceed. This is the time for our investigative division to present information that would be interesting to both the board, the commission, and more importantly, to the public and the gaming industry. Madam Secretary, do you need to read this into the record?
I believe that should suffice.
That does it. Very good. I did it. Wonderful. Chief Hoffman, thank you for appearing here today. And we're looking forward to hearing things that would be of interest, as I said, to the gaming industry and to the public in general that don't know a lot about what the gaming investigative division does on a day-to-day basis. So please proceed when you're ready.
Yes. Are you ready with? This is Chief Hoffman. And since this is the first division report for the investigations division, it's a general overview of the division with a few details thrown in. This division does the licensing investigations for non-restricted applications. That's applications of more than 15 slot machines that are privately held. We do investigations of the restricted locations. That's 15 or less slot machines. Bars, taverns, convenience stores, etc. We do investigations of publicly traded companies. We do investigations regarding applications for registration, such as cloud computing, cloud computing, associated equipment, that kind of thing. We have the compliance section, which investigates and monitors compliance plans. We handle the registration of foreign gaming. And then regarding the investigations for licensure, we have applicant services, which is the intake for all of this stuff. except for the registrations. That's handled separately. That's handled by Investigative Services. And they're also attached to Investigative Services is our agency liaison, where we interact with other regulatory agencies. And we also do special investigations. Every once in a while, we get assigned to do an investigation that's not a licensing investigation. So regarding something that comes up, our best example of that recently is the investigation of Wynn Resorts. Probably pretty well known. Some statistics on us. We have an office in Carson City. That's where I'm based right now. We have an office here in Las Vegas, so just 2 offices. We have, let's see, where am I going to be saying? We have Corporate Securities, which is the publicly traded companies investigations based in Carson City. Applicant Services is based in Carson City. We have 3 non-restricted investigative teams in Carson City. We have 2 non-restricted investigative teams based here in Las Vegas. Restricted is headquartered down here, but we have an agent, a lonely agent up in Carson on the restricted team. We're going to be adding 1 more to that in Carson for that team. We have registrations and agency liaison based down here in Las Vegas. The compliance section is based up in Carson City. I think that's all of that. We have altogether, we have 65 investigative staff. That includes agents, senior agents, special agents, supervisors, and deputy chiefs. And their backgrounds are varied, kind of a jack of all trades kind of thing. We have people with expertise in business and finance, criminal justice, law enforcement, compliance, and a variety of degrees, MBA, CPA, CFE, CPM, and a large variety of languages too. We have everything from Ukrainian and Russian to Chinese to Spanish, along with English. We have 11 support staff, kind of evenly split between Las Vegas and Carson City, as well as my investigative staff, pretty well evenly split between Las Vegas and Carson City. And then I'll dive into a little bit on my different sections. So you start with licensing investigations. You start with applicant services in Carson City. And that is headed up by applicant services manager, Barry Chilton. And that's a small staff. He's got Amy Morton to support him. We have the 5 non-restricted teams, 3 Las Vegas, 3 Carson, 2 Las Vegas. Deputy Chief Luke Rippey covers the Carson City teams, and Deputy Chief Nathan Allen covers the Las Vegas teams. Okay. Then we have the restricted team that's actually covered by Supervisor Julia Allen, based in Las Vegas. Again, 1 agent in Carson City and the rest here in Las Vegas, with another to be added in Carson City. We have the corporate security section that's headed by Deputy Chief Russell Teggio in Carson City. And we have the compliance unit that's basically co-managed by Deputy Chief Teggio and Deputy Chief Rippey. And it actually, on the day-to-day, it's run by Supervisor Pam Brown. We have the registration services unit that is headed by Investigative Services Manager Diane Preston, right behind me. And Diane is also our agency liaison. And then with that, I'm going to have Diane go into a little bit of detail about what she does as a service manager and an agency liaison.
Thank you, Chief.
Well, I'm never going to start slides.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Secretary Rupert. As Chief Hoffman said, I'm an investigative services manager and also the agency liaison for the board. I manage the registration services unit where we process and investigate registration applications for associated equipment manufacturers and distributors, service providers, independent agents, and independent hosts. The differences there is independent agents bring patrons to the casinos, while independent hosts bring patrons to the club venues. And with the adoption by the commission amending NGC Regulation 5230, the team will also take on hosting center applications and investigations. The adopted amendments allow for hosting center companies and their principals to apply and get registered pursuant to NGC 4200, along with the technology division requirements for the hosting center facility in 5230. Instructions and updated applications forms will be posted to the board's website shortly. New will be the addition of a checklist for items to submit to the technology division as part of the application process. There will also be, we're working on a pared down process for registered hosting companies to apply for registration of additional hosting centers. And an instruction sheet for that process will be posted to the board's website as well. We are also looking into updating or revising NGC Regulation 25 to revise the commission reporting requirement listed in 25402 to one of retention of the information as detailed in Section 3 for other items the licensees are already required to retain for a period of 5 years. This will not only help the licensees, who some of them report over 200 to 300 independent agents yearly. It will also help the board trying to input that information, but we don't lose the ability to review it. I've talked with the chief of the audit division as well as the chief of the enforcement division to see if anybody would need that information handily here at the board versus getting it from the licensee, and none of them find that it would be a problem for them to do so. And if you have any questions about registration services, I'll move on to agency liaison.
Yeah. Thank you. Glad to hear that you're trying to reduce some paperwork on behalf of the licensees and on behalf of the board.
Definitely.
That's great.
Always can do that. Right?
Wonderful. Yeah, please proceed with the next section.
Okay, so the board's agency liaison office responds to public requests. And we also receive and respond to requests for information or assistance from our law enforcement and regulatory agency partners around the world. So far this year, as you all know, the board has physically met with the National Indian Gaming Commission, Michigan Gaming Control Board, Bahamas Gaming Board, Jamaica Gaming Commission, Japan Casino Regulatory Commission, which we've actually been assisting quite often as they work to get their regulations and processes written for new licensees coming. And just last week, we met with the Cambodia Gaming Management Commission. Additionally, the agency liaison's office has responded to over 2,000 licensing verification requests so far this year. And we've also assisted various law enforcement and regulatory partners.
Great. Thank you. Questions from board members from Ms. Presson?
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I don't have any questions.
Judge?
Just want to commend you all for the outstanding work you do. Because of the work you do, makes our job a lot easier and you make us look good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I will absolutely echo that. There's a lot of paperwork that you all go through in the investigative division before it gets to us, and makes us look like we're pretty intelligent up here when we're able to have all the answers in front of us. So thank you for that. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Is there something else you'd like to add?
Yeah, I'm just going to have DC Allen touch on some challenges that we're having with the investigations division. And he has a slide. I'm going to fast forward to it. I missed my slides.
Okay.
There aren't many. We're ready. There we go. Yeah, these are the ones that I had touched on. There we go. Let me get up to Nathan's. There we go.
Great.
Oh, great.
Good afternoon.
Deputy Chief Nathan Allen, talking a little bit about challenges investigations faces a little bit. Hopefully, it doesn't impact you, and that's kind of our job with the leadership with the division is to try to mitigate that, and so it doesn't disrupt anything you do. But by way of a little bit peel back, since inception, the primary challenge we have is trying to provide full and fair and detailed enough investigations that the board and commission can make a determination on, while still being receptive and expedient and responsive enough with the industry. So generally, I think we do a pretty good job of that. Obviously, some investigations take longer. It could be everything from an applicant being prepared, whether they've worked with counsel before, whether they've gone through the process before, and how responsive they are to our requests as we get information, how clear is the information that they present to us, we can go through. Obviously, complex situations require additional time. And of course, if there's issues or if the investigators start discovering issues, that requires additional time. In addition to those innate challenges, there's also an issue of capacity and basically, casework matching up with agent resources that we have to do that. We're going through some growing pains, I'd say this past several years, actually. That's actually since 2012 and still in response to the recession, the investigations division has been whittled down quite a bit. Essentially, there were 20 non-restricted and corporate securities positions that had either through attrition or through reassignments to different responsibilities that the board investigations division has taken on have been dispersed out of non-restricted. So if you think about it, that's essentially not 20 non-restricted team members that were producing investigations. You see sort of a results from that because, back then there would be 2 days of 2 days of hearings, gaming control board hearings. Now, generally, we only have enough for 1 day. You also have part of that time period since 2017. There was a loss of a complete investigative team from a supervisor to six non-restricted agents in that period of time. Adding that to the fact that over the past few years, there's been quite an attrition rate in terms of retirements and resignations. This year alone, just for 2023, there have been 8 retirements and resignations, and these are very high-performing, very strong agents. Unfortunately, that we've lost. Happy for them to move on, but accumulated years. It's over a century's worth of experience and knowledge that has left our division last year. We are now looking at several vacancies. Between North and South, agent-wise, we have a vacancy of about 10% right now. In support staff, the administrative support staff, we're looking at about 45% vacancy on that. What that means is that we have more work falling on fewer people, and that we're spending a lot of our time trying to recruit and go through the hire process rather than getting to devote that to the primary mission at hand. Now even with the vacancies, we do have hiring process. We're deploying a lot of efforts into that, and we're hiring people. But just to give you a lay of the land, in Las Vegas alone, with the non-restricted team, less than half of that non-restricted team has more than 2 years of experience. So generally, we kind of think that it takes about 1 to 2 years to get an agent trained up. So as you can imagine, that we're devoting a lot of time to hiring, retaining, and training these agents. So with that, if you have any questions on that, I can address that.
Thank you for that, Deputy Chief. I'm interested, you said that there's a current percentage of vacancies. If all of those were filled, how many positions would you say you're still down for before? Apparently the legislature took some positions away.
Right. So essentially what happened was prior was through attrition in preparation for those positions, we let those positions go vacant, and then we gave them up during previous legislative.
And how many positions was that?
So I don't have the exact numbers on that,
Roughly
but was it about 11?
11. Yeah.
Team of 7, and then there was
Step up to the mic, chief, so it gets on the record.
yeah, there was that team of 7 that DC Allen mentioned. We lost an admin deputy chief, and we actually lost a chief. There used to be a chief of corporate securities as well, and maybe a couple other agents. So I'm thinking about 11, 10 or 11.
So that's somewhere in the low teens percentage of your entire division has not been able to be replaced, separate and apart from the vacancies. Yeah, and I would presume that impacts your ability to affect gaming applications at the same rate you could if those positions were here. That'd be logical, right? If you fully staffed, we could crank out applications through the process faster.
Absolutely. Missing staff equates to a larger backlog of applications being processed.
And have you seen that over just the past few years? Is it a function of the number of applications coming in, or has that stayed pretty steady and it's just a lack of staff to handle that number of applications?
It's both. Our applications, and I think not especially, but restricted, the volume has increased and the complexity has increased. We're getting a lot of instead of just a husband and wife with a corporation or an LLC running a tavern, you still have the tavern there, but then you have these multi-layered investment companies that are all using the minority equity interest holder regs, and you get layers 4 or 5 deep with multiple individuals up there and trusts, and that really adds to the complexity, which takes more time, which adds to the backlog. And also just the growth of the economy, especially down here, but also up in northern Nevada. More applications coming in because of that. And then on the non-restricted side, we are getting not so many new properties, although we just had the Durango. We're having a lot of buying and selling of properties. You've got the Venetian, you've got the Mirage, you've got the Cosmopolitan, all highly complex transactions. And you add on that this heightened interest in sports betting, and you've got a lot of companies that have come in that want to be licensed as an information service, or as a key employee to operate a book in order to get to participate in the betting part of the economy. And a lot of those are foreign companies. So that adds to complexity and adds to the time, which adds to the backlog.
Yeah, thank you for that. Questions from board members for either deputy chief or chief?
Thank you for explaining that and providing that background, Chief. When you say that the sports betting companies coming in or applying are foreign entities, and does it add time or complexity because their structures are different than ours, or because they don't understand Nevada regulations, or what seems to be the issue there? And it just takes longer because of that.
It's because of the doing an investigation in a foreign country adds complexity. It takes more time to do the investigation. And you do have some differences in finances, and you have some differences in the company structure. And yes, with some companies, not all, we've had some really good cooperation from some of these foreign companies, but we've had some others that are kind of taken by surprise by what we do. And I would hope that their gaming council would have prepared them better for what they were going to encounter with us. And some do a great job, and these applicants are like deer caught in the headlights, and they didn't realize what they were getting into, and they're not prepared, and that adds to time and the complexity.
Thank you.
Judge?
Yes, I just want to thank you both and your entire department for this overview. It's very informative. And because of the work that you all do, and I think that's why Nevada is the gold standard and continues to be #1 in the country in terms of gaming and regulations, and other jurisdictions come here, as Diane Presson mentioned, and they come here and they want to learn from us, and it's because of folks like you. So thank you. I appreciate everything you do.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you all for the presentation, and we have a workshop tomorrow, and looking forward to that open forum about not that there's anything that isn't being done right in the investigation division, but it's a chance for us to have an open discussion with the industry about is there possible ways that we can make it even better. So looking forward to that tomorrow as well.
Yeah, tomorrow I'll start with an introduction, a little bit about how long our investigations are taking, and then have the public comment. And then I'll have some concluding remarks about, why we do what we do and why, at least I think it works. And of course, there'll be question and answer type of stuff.
Good. Looking forward to it. Thank you very much, all of you, for the presentation, and to your whole staff for everything you do for the state of Nevada.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to a last item on the agenda. Is that correct? Public comment?
Correct.
All right.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide to the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Pursuant to state open meeting law, we may not act upon anything brought up during public comment, but of course, we're welcome to hear from anyone in the public or members of the board during this section. Is there anyone in Carson City this afternoon wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, is there anyone here in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? I don't see anybody. I want to thank Commissioner Marcantonis for sitting through our meeting today. It's always a pleasure to have you here. And for everybody else here, thank you for your time. And Member Assad or Member Watkins, anything to add?
Nothing from me, Chair.
Time to go.
Great. All right. Well, thank you all for appearing personally or virtually this afternoon. That will adjourn our meeting.